All right, we're here. We're live. Woo! Hey everyone, we're back. It's only been like an hour, but we're back, and we're here with Alex. Are you Alex or Alexander? What do you call yourself?
Alex is good.
Okay,
That'll do.
with Alex or Alexander6 on Twitch. Tell us about yourself. We're like interview surprise.
Ooh, yeah. So I'm Alex. I'm a project lead and a web application developer at a client web firm called Kirschbaum. We do full stack web apps with the Laravel framework, and then we usually tack on some sort of front end framework like Vue or React, Svelte, one of those things. I've been writing code for, geez, I don't know, 8 years now, probably 7, 8 years. Um, I have a channel on Twitch at Alexander6 underscore. If you like to check it out, we write code, we build stuff. We've been building stuff with React lately because I don't know React. We've been learning, which is interesting. And then while we're in between projects, we're working on a coffee chat app to help people in the 100 Devs program and anyone else connect with folks in the tech industry. And we're building that in Laravel with some cool PHP based front end framework stuff too.
Like at lunch club, sort of. Have you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, in a way, yes. Mine's a lot more simple at this point because
Oh,
I
cool.
haven't designed anything except for what we've done so far. But yeah, pretty much just kind of like that. Really, just putting Laravel through its paces, kind of getting it out there because I know Laravel PHP not super represented on Twitch right now, but we're gonna change that.
Not super represented, and I feel like there's a really big like stigma against PHP in general. So,
Yeah,
but
yeah, and honestly, in some regards, rightfully so. Like PHP of old was bad. Like back in the PHP 5 days, it was pretty rough. But right now, it's to use the JavaScript keyword, like it's blazingly fast and it's really easy to develop in. The Laravel framework is great. The guy who writes the Laravel framework just posts on Twitter. He has a Lamborghini now because he's so rich from writing
bruh.
PHP. So if you want money, come be a PHP developer. Apparently, we're all rich or something like that.
Intelligence. Wait, Alex, keep talking. Your audio is apparently a
Yes.
lot quieter.
Oh
Um,
no. Talk, talk, talk.
is it?
Hello, hello.
Is it? Does it need to be higher intelligence? We stopped talking.
I know. Yeah. Sorry, I'll keep talking. A, B, C. One, two,
Q.
three. Check, check.
Oh, apparently it's even. Okay. All right. Sorry.
Okay, great. Perfect.
Lamborghini.
Yeah, Lamborghinis. Being rich with PHP, right?
Yeah.
That's
No,
the whole point.
I mean, I don't know if Araz Dev hangs out on your streams at all. Do you know?
Mm-mm.
So they work in Laravel a lot, and they're like, nah, actually, it's really good. And so I don't know. I haven't tried it, but I'm
It
in.
it's super good. I mean, I'm a little biased, but yeah, it's I've used just about every kind of big model view controller framework that's out there. So I've done Ruby on Rails, I've done Django, I've done well, actually, it was Sales that I did with Node. So I haven't tried. I think it's Adonis is the newer one. Um, I've done .NET with C Sharp, and every single time I'm just like I'm so much faster with Laravel. The environment is just so much easier to build stuff in, at least for me. So, but I think that's kind of the important thing, right? Like you find the language you're good at, you find the framework you're good at, and then from there, for most things, it doesn't really matter what technology you use. Like I know there's some people who are like, no, it like really matters. It's really important, but I mean, to some at some point, you're building a dashboard app or like a GPS app, or you're building an inventory management app. It doesn't matter if it's written in Rust and like can do operations in micros. Like no one cares. Like I'm just trying to say that somebody bought a box of mac and cheese. Like that's all I care about. I don't care how fast it's done. But you can get PHP pretty fast too. So I'm not selling it short like that.
Huh. Well, Intelligence is saying Laravel is better than Drupal. Are they like Drupal's a CMS, isn't it?
Yeah. So I think one of the issues that Laravel has is that it gets compared to a lot of the older PHP frameworks, which are basically just CMSs, right? So WordPress, Drupal. Um, oh, there's one that I'm forgetting about now. Now that I'm like saying it out loud, but a bunch of the older, kind of more rickety things that still are really good. Like WordPress still definitely has its place. Drupal still definitely has its place. But if you're going to build a web application, you really want to go the Symfony route, which is kind of the framework that Laravel builds on top of, or the Laravel route, which in my mind are kind of the only two really good options, at least for me. But it gets compared to those CMSs a lot because back before Laravel existed and before all these other languages were a really big thing, people would make I mean, I built all sorts of crazy web apps in WordPress and was like, this is horrible. Like, this is not good, objectively bad. But it's kind of what we did because it's all we knew how to do as PHP devs.
Wait, how many years have you been programming now?
I have been programming, I think it's like 7 or 8, so not a ton.
Mm,
Um, right? What year is it? It's 2022,
2. Yeah.
two. Yeah. So I started programming in 2015. So 8 years, 7 years. I don't know.
Oh,
Elapsed time, not my strong suit. That's why I program computers. It can do that for me.
you know, it's kind of wild that like 2015 is that long ago because like it just was barely 2015. I don't know. Like,
That's what I'm saying. Like, unbelievable how fast time flies.
yeah,
Like, unbelievable.
intelligence loves WordPress or still has love for WordPress.
Hey, you know what? And it has its immense merits, right? Like, I spent the first probably 3 years of my career doing DevOps, so all sorts of server management just for WordPress sites. And like there are a lot of really awesome things built on WordPress, but I just could never get a grasp on how WordPress sites were built. Like I get the idea of the loop and the templates and overriding files and like all the stuff that goes into it, but it's never a ton of fun. Laravel, for me, on the other hand, is a ton of fun. Like I think everything's kind of in its rightful place, right? Like I know where the database models are going to be. I know where my controllers are going to be. When I go to make a view, I know where that's going to be. As opposed to WordPress, it's like it could be anywhere. Who knows where it's going to be?
Which plugin? I don't know anything about WordPress. I don't know if that's
Oh, yeah,
what
but
it
that is real. And that the plugins. I blame the plugins for why PHP got such a bad name in the first place. Because PHP got such a bad name because WordPress seemed to be horrendously insecure. But the real problem is people were just downloading these random plugins that like weren't really the most secure, up to date things in the world, and so a lot of people were getting hacked. I mean, I have seen all sorts of terrible, horrible things on WordPress sites. And you just go and you got to clean up all the files, make sure they can't hack into the system anymore, and all these weird like sci-fi things you never would think about, like oh, they're breaking into our system. Oh no, now there's all sorts of heinous ads all over this nonprofit site. Oh no.
Huh. I blogged in WordPress, but I don't think that's the same as developing in it. So like that's my exposure to it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely not the same, but I think it has some of the same merits, right? Like how simple it is to just pop open a WordPress site and like get it up and running, get it on a server, on your server, a hosted server, and just get writing and get doing stuff. I think WordPress was and still is to some regard just a fantastic gateway to getting people on the web, which is super cool. I
Mm,
mean, it's an awesome gateway drug for people wanting to learn web
drug.
development because you make a WordPress blog, and you're like, ooh, but now I want this to be pink. How do I do that? And all of a sudden you're learning CSS, right? And like, ooh, but actually I want there to be like a view counter. Like how many people have landed on this page today? Oh, I got to go learn JavaScript now. Like I think it's just such an easy way for people to get into it.
Huh. I think by the time I got to it, it would like do view counting for you. But I did mess around with like this. I don't know if I did like actual CSS. I think I just dragged like components around, but like I did mess around with that a little bit like years ago. So
I think it really I mean, it's what spurred me to keep doing web. Like I had no intention of writing software, like none at all. Didn't even go to school for it at first. Was just like really bad at what I was doing at first and was kind of just like, I don't really know what I'm doing. And then just got asked to be an intern for really an apprentice, which is why I'm so big on those apprenticeship programs we were talking about
mm,
before stream, but got to be asked to be an apprentice for a shop that did WordPress. And here I am.
huh,
So,
there we go.
but yeah, hey, you know what? It worked out.
I'm glad. That means you're
Yeah.
here
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
Streaming.
Here today. Woo.
Woo. Yeah, in terms of chat, Lion, I
Yeah.
kind of know regex. Kind of. Not really. Not well.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same regard. I'm
Really?
like, oh, I think I use regex once every couple of months,
Huh?
maybe. I literally couldn't tell you the last time I have needed to use regex. Um, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I like it. It's a useful skill. I can look at a regex and be like, yeah, I kind of get what's going on here, but I always go, what is the website, regexer or whatever it is, where I can like type in a sentence and then like construct it, like drag and drop a regular expression like from all of
Mm.
its little bits and bobs. I don't know. I admittedly, I this sounds really harsh, but I just don't care. You know, I can do 99% of what I need to do without it, and then the last 1%, I'll go look it up.
So, I mean, I've meant to learn it. So, Lion, like, sure, if you have a game, I'll check it out for
Oh heck
sure.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
in terms of the game we are making today, so here's a situation, friends. I'm interviewing for software engineering roles, and I got to the second round of interviews in this one company. And so next week, thank you. Next week, yeah, you can link it, Lion. I will be doing an hour and a half interview with the software engineers at this company, and I will be needing to make a game in a terminal. So I was like, yo, I'm not running into this with like, I need to know what's going on because I don't know how to do that right now. And the game is Othello. I was just to look up what Othello was beforehand. I didn't, so I might have to look at that. But that is what we are making today. We are making Othello. I need to look it up. What kind of interview makes you make a game on the spot? I don't know. I'm a junior dev. Is that normal for junior devs? I don't know.
I don't know if it's how I would I don't know if it's how I would do it, but admittedly, they did give you the game ahead of time. So it's not like you're walking in there like make Monopoly, right? Like
Right.
they're kind of giving you a heads up at the very least.
Right.
So
Yeah. Weirdest
I
interview
do like
ever.
the idea of yeah, I agree with that. It's a little strange, but it'll be fun. You get to make a game.
It will
Like
be an
it's cool to learn.
adventure. We will, it
Yes.
will, I honestly don't know where to start, but probably the best place to start is knowing how the game works.
Yeah. Thankfully, so I actually watched a video on it before streaming. It's
Excellent.
like a 3.5 minute explanation. It's so simple. Well, the game
Uh,
is simple. Like playing
okay.
the game is like really complex,
Mm,
but it's complex like in the strategy. Actually, programming it, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going to be making it in Node because they didn't actually tell me what language, but they know what my skills are. And the first, I did like a hacker rank last week and they had me do it in Node. So I assume it's a Node. I don't know. But that's what we're doing anyway. So good luck,
Surprise! It's
us.
PHP.
Sorry. Good luck. Yeah, not even make it beforehand and talk about it. I thought we were gonna talk about the thing I did last week because it was pretty chonky. But we aren't. So
Well, clearly it was good enough to where they didn't have to talk about it. They're now like, well, they're clearly talented enough to make an entire game in the command line. So here we go.
guess we're gonna do that in an hour and a half. But I just don't feel like
Did they
that's
really give you an hour and a
an
half?
hour and a half.
Woo! Oh man.
Thanks to follow Alex. Is that? I don't feel like that's. I don't know. I don't feel like that's enough time. Maybe they aren't expecting me to finish it, but maybe we will once we figure it out tonight.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think you'll you'll be fine. You'll be just fine. Yeah. Echo. I am a game. Hello world. Would you like to play a game? What movie is that? I'm so bad with movie
Wait
references.
a second.
What is that?
That's not an accountant, is it? No.
No, it's like a computer. It's like, would you like to play a game? What is that
Wait,
movie?
is
Okay,
that
now
that
I'm
one
looking
where
it
the like people are like kids like hack at the government or something?
yeah, something like that. Maybe I shouldn't have brought it up. I'm like so bad with war games. War
Yes, that's
games.
the computer hacky child one. I remember that one.
Yes. Saw. Also potentially Saw. Yeah.
I don't know that one, but
I don't. I can't do horror movies.
oh, is it? It
Tell me
of
things.
course it's a horror movie. I can't either. So there was this one time I was like 16 and I was religious at the time. And I went to some like
Mhm.
youth event at a
Thing. Yeah.
church. Um,
Yeah.
and at the church, they're like, okay, we're watching two movies. We're watching either like a very inappropriate like romantic movie because we're like children or whatever, or we can
Sure.
watch
Yeah.
a movie called Satanic Possession. And we're like, we're like literally in a church, and it was like, oh, um, you know, that okay. And so we ended up watching that one. I can't handle horror. So I told them, I was like, I have to leave after a half an hour. Sorry, it's my mom's birthday. Um and I did. I left after like a half an hour, but not before like the possessed child had like stabbed her dad's hand with a fork, and it's like, bruh. Like, and then
Nice.
and then I
Happy
had
youth event.
yeah, then I had nightmares for 3 weeks, so that was like the last horror movie I watched.
Oh my gosh. That's like just a combination of serious, serious errors in judgment. Like, how? How do you go to that?
Yeah, I don't think I would have gone to the event if I had known that we were gonna watch that movie.
Yeah.
But
I just can't believe they even brought it. Like,
to be
yeah.
fair, it was in Peru. I briefly lived in Peru, and
Huh.
they have different standards, I feel like, of movies than like Americans do.
That's probably true.
So that's why I think it happened. It would never. I don't think it would have happened with my church in the United States.
I
So,
can't imagine a situation in which it would.
well, anyway, horror movies. Those are great. Let's figure out how Othello works, shall we? Or
Yeah.
do you feel like okay, I picked the wrong screen. Hold up. There we go. Do you feel like you know it well enough to explain it, or should we look at a video?
I mean, I can certainly explain it, but a video might be better if you want the visual, right?
Either way, I have my screen up so we can look at a video. But
Let's do a video, and then if we need
okay,
some extra explanation, I think I've grasped it, but who
okay.
knows?
What I heard is that it was like less complicated Go, but I don't know how Go is played, so that's not
Yeah,
terribly helpful.
that yeah. I don't know how Go is played either, but it looks a lot more complex than this one. I watched a video. There's apparently a United States world champion of Othello. Like there's a whole
Oh
like
wow.
U.S. Othello league or something. So
All right.
yeah, we're in the
Interesting.
big leagues now.
Yes, we will go into the Othello community. I don't know.
I don't know.
Were you
I couldn't
sharing?
even begin to tell you.
Were you sharing the video?
I'm trying to find
Okay.
it. I watched it on my phone, and let's see how to play Othello in English.
Apparently, Othello is also reverse C.
Yes. Here, I will. Should do it.
All right. Hold up. Wow, 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 wow.
Because three is
Wow,
better.
wow, wow. Thank you. Thank you. So, so loud. Commercial. I hope everyone else was not deafened by that, but you probably were. I was.
We want you to play Othello. It's a great game. Play it.
It was like some sports commercial. Like, how does that have to do with like a strategy game? A minute to learn, a lifetime to master. Wow, that's intense. All right, let's do it.
Othello, how to play.
Guess it's
The
not
object of
Othello,
this
it's
two-player game
Othello.
is to have the majority of your colored discs face up on the board at the end of the game. Lay out the board and place 4 discs, 2 white side up and 2 black side up, in the center of the board as shown. Give each player 30 discs. One player plays white and the other plays black. The player playing black goes first, then turns alternate. On your turn, you must place 1 disc on any empty space on the board and outflank your opponent. To outflank, means to have your disks on either side of a continuous straight line of your opponent's disks. This line can be any number of disks long and can be horizontal, vertical, or diagonal. When you place a disk so that you have outflanked your opponent's disks, you then flip the outflanked disks over to your color. You are allowed to outflank multiple lines in a single move. If you are unable to outflank your opponent on your turn, then you are not allowed to play and you must skip your turn. If you can play, then you must play. Disks may only be outflanked as a direct result of the move and must be in a direct line of the placed disk. In this example, these two white disks are not flipped. An outflank may not skip over your own colored disk to outflank more disks. Only the disks in the immediate outflank are captured. All outflanked disks must be flipped. You may not choose to only flip some of them. If you flip over the wrong disk and your opponent hasn't moved yet, you may fix the error. If your opponent has already moved, then you may not fix the error. Once a disk is placed on a square, it may never be removed or moved to another square. If you run out of disks to place and you still have a legal move, then your opponent must give you some of their disks to use. When it is no longer possible for either player to move, the game is over. Disks are counted, and the player with the majority of their color showing is the winner. You can also play multiple rounds and track points. The winner of the round receives points equal to the difference between the number of their opponent's disks subtracted from the number of their disks. Once players reach a predetermined point total, the game ends, and the player with the most points is the winner. There is an advantage to going first. For less experienced players, to play with more experienced players, the less experienced player can go first. If you need a greater handicap, then the less experienced player may start the game with up to 4 disks already in play in the corners of the board.
Well, I don't know if I understood that. There are a lot of rules there.
Yeah, I think really after like halfway they just started spouting off all these random excess rules that are
Okay.
obviously important but probably not like immediately important, right? So
Right.
I think the biggest point of the game is basically you want to sandwich. So if you're white pieces and I'm black pieces, your goal is to sandwich as many black pieces as possible in between your two white pieces that you put on the board in a straight line. So like if, for example, let's say you have a white piece down on the board and then I have a black piece on top of it. If you put a white piece on top of that, you have a continuous line from one of your white pieces to another that goes through a bunch of my black pieces. And so you would flip all of my black pieces over. Does that make sense? Probably not.
Sort of.
So I guess the whole idea of the game, I guess the whole idea of the game is to have more of your color on the board than
Right.
someone else.
Right.
So that's win condition. So we'll need to like keep that in mind, I guess, when we build
Wait,
this.
wait. Should we write this down? I feel like we should write
That
this
would probably
down.
be good, wouldn't it? Yeah, we should probably write this down.
Wait.
Honestly, if you just want to go ahead and make the JavaScript file, we can just write it down in notes so we have it.
I was gonna put it in an MD file, but we could make it a JavaScript
Oh,
file.
yeah, that works too. Hey, whatever you. Remember, this is your interview, so however you want to organize it, totally works for me.
Rules to MD. Wait, so are we gonna be using if it's a if it's in the terminal, are we doing everything in the terminal or will we be implementing JavaScript files?
So we'll be using JavaScript to, I assume if we're using Node, we'll be using JavaScript to build this, right? And then we'll just run those node files technically in the terminal. And I think the whole game I don't really know, but if they say build a terminal game, I kind of assume that means like the board spits out in the terminal you make your move in the terminal, stuff like that. So like no front end work, like browser front end.
Oh,
I don't know though.
huh. For some reason, I thought like literally everything would be happening in the terminal, but I mean, I don't know what a terminal game is, so I think your way makes more sense.
That's what I would imagine they're expecting, right? Like, 'cause we have to write some code of some sort to make stuff show up in the terminal. And it could be anything. It could be Node, it could be PHP, it could be Bash, it could be PowerShell. But what'll end up happening is we'll run the script and the whole game will play, and the script will end when we hit that win condition of like all the spaces are filled. Um, one person has more pieces on the board than the other, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. Um, so how does the user choose where to place it though? Like via coding? I don't know.
So what I would imagine, is at the end of every turn, we will print out the board in the terminal. So like an 8x8 grid with, you could use like X's and O's, you could use whatever you want to mark the pieces, right? Like asterisks and X's, doesn't really matter. And then you could have like numbers on the edge of the board, and the person could just punch in coordinates. Like, where do you want to place your next piece? You could say like, oh, 1, 4. It's like over 1, up 4 kind of deal, like a coordinate plane.
Okay.
That would be how I would have them pick it, but there may be other ways too. That's, to me, that's the most basic way you would work a terminal game. You get some output every turn, and you just type into the terminal what kind of input you want to give the game. So in our case, it would be like what position you want to put the piece at.
Okay.
But it could be just about anything.
Okay.
Even to the point where like, oh, do you want to be white or black or X's or O's? You could pick that at the beginning. Things like that.
Okay. So Blood says, so first should be the grid with a matrix. What is a matrix? Like a grid? Like a, I don't know, grid?
It's a 2D. It's like a 2D grid of things. It's a computer sciencey term for just like an XY grid.
That makes sense.
Yeah. If you want to get really technical, it's just an array of arrays, basically.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
Yeah. 2D array, says Valley Storm. Yeah.
Okay. So if there is like black, white, black, then if like the white is sandwiched in between the two blacks, then the white will become a black. Right?
Yes. Yep. As long as it's in a straight line, but yes.
If an opposite color is sandwiched between two pieces of the other color, that piece becomes... Well, I should probably just use like the colors because that's really... If a white piece
yeah.
of the black color, that piece becomes black as well. Has to be in a straight line, but that can be vertical, diagonal, or horizontal. Right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Hey, Melody.
Oh, hey, Melody.
So what are the other rules?
So, I mean, admittedly, that's kind of it for
That's
like
it?
the base of the game, right? Basically, you alternate turns putting a piece down. I guess the only other big rule is you have to put a piece down that will cause your opponent's pieces to flip over. So you can't just put a piece in like a random square. It has to be somewhere that causes, like, I would have to put a piece down that would cause one or more of your pieces to flip over. And if I can't do that, my turn gets skipped and we go right back to you.
Okay. It can be for any number of pieces that are sandwiched.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like such a deceptively simple game. Like, it feels like it should be really easy, and then it's just very complex.
Okay, Blood, that's good to know. You can flip diagonal
Yeah,
as well, right? Um, and there was something about like getting your opponent's pieces or
yeah.
something.
So basically, all that is just making sure that if I get skipped early on in the game,
Uh huh.
and you run out of pieces before I do,
Uh huh.
that you don't get penalized at the end of the game for that. So you start taking my pieces. Basically, all it's saying that, like, if you have 0 pieces left and I have 2 pieces left and it's your turn and you can go, you just take one of my pieces and use it. So I'm getting penalized for not being able to go earlier in the game.
Have, but your opponent does. You can take their pieces. Right? That's what you said, basically, right?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, you just take whatever one piece you need to make your move, because you're only putting one piece down per turn.
Of their pieces to make your move. And then you win, or winner, or I guess you win by having the majority of the tiles on the board. Game is over when the board is full. Um,
The board is full, or there are no more possible moves. So there's rare occasions where there might be a couple spaces left.
okay, that's good to know.
Again, apparently, I've never actually played this game, so
I don't know if this is a kid's game. I think this is probably just, it says 7 and up, or it did on that, on a box
it
in a
feels
picture.
it feels like as much 7 and up as like chess is 7 years old and up. Like, this
Mm,
feels very, yeah, I don't know.
yeah, it seems complicated when it gets into it, like more like deceptively simple.
Yeah, yeah.
Are there, so do we want to take in some of the like edge cases, or maybe account for that later?
Like, what are you thinking?
Like, so they said, say if your opponent is less experienced, then they can put 4
Mm.
pieces in each corner of the board and start
It's
first.
I, in my opinion, I would wait on those.
Okay.
That so I when I do technical interviews and have done them in the past with the same sort of idea,
Mhm.
I always tend to take those edge cases in first, and I never finish on time.
Okay.
Because what I imagine, like, having given interviews like this in the past, what I imagine they're looking for is to see your train of thought, like Blood said earlier. So, like, this, they're looking to see this. They're looking to see if you have any like any level of technical mastery over Node, which I'm sure you do because you already did a hacker rank thing. So they should already know, like, you're competent here. And then they're looking to see what your problem solving skills are like, because this is intentionally a complex game, right? They weren't like, implement checkers or something that's like way more simple. They want to see how you think through things here.
Okay. You know how bad I am at checkers? I literally taught it to someone and then they beat me at it. It's a good
How
moment in my life.
can you actually be bad at checkers?
Yes.
Is
I'm
there
really
like real
shit at
strategy for
strategy. No,
checkers?
I think there is. Cause you know how you can like double jump and things like that. I never take that into account, and it kind of like just murders me every time I play. I don't like that game.
Nice. We should play checkers soon.
Yes, I need that in my life. um, Blood says it wouldn't code it up, but it would bring it up in the beginning, saying like, I do
Mhm.
know this is an edge case, but if having time, I'll deal with it. Okay, say
Yeah.
that you know of the edge case, but will deal with it if you have enough time. Okay.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that you looked this game up beforehand is probably going to speak volumes, because I'm sure they have people go in and be like, so what are the rules to this game again? Like, this I think already is huge. Like, I know, were I to be approached like this and so be like, hey, I went ahead and like looked up the rules to this game, here are some edge cases, I'd be like, oh, like this person actually cares, you know? So off to a good start.
Hopefully it will be considered that way. I'm nervous. I'm not great at coding, honestly, but that's why we're doing this beforehand, right?
Yeah. That's why you practice.
That's why we practice. Okay. Is there anything else we need to take into account? I did update the topic on the stream, I thought.
It looks
What-
right to me.
What is it for all y'all? I swear I updated it. Melody, this is for an interview next week. This is the second round. So.
Whoop whoop. Sorry, I missed the whoops on that second round. Slacking over here.
No, you're fine.
Okay, good. Then I'll keep being late. That's the standard then. So
There you go. Israel, thanks for the follow. All right, people are saying that this title looks good. Okay. All right. Wow.
cool.
Hey, Demios, thanks for the follow.
So
Also, y'all, make sure you check out Alexander's page. Oh my gosh. I know your name is Alex, but since it's Alexander, I say Alexander. I'm sorry.
happens all the time.
Check out Alex's page. They're co-streaming here, obviously, and
Whoop, whoop.
hosting on their page, so give them some follows as well.
Heck yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So what's we can do this kind of like an interview. So what would be your first step here? Like looking at all of this that you have in front of you. What's the first thing you'd do? It's okay to not know, but I am just genuinely curious.
Yeah. While I'm thinking about that, Born wants to know, who are you and where did you come from?
Oh, well, hey, I'm so I'm a developer. I'm a web application developer and project lead for a company called Kirschbaum. We do full stack web applications for clients using Laravel as our full stack backend framework, and then we pair it with any number of front end frameworks like React, Vue, Svelte. I don't think we've done any Angular, honestly. Thankfully, not really my favorite. Yeah, I've been coding for, I think we said 7 or 8 years. I think is what we had said.
Yeah.
Yeah, we Rufio's rated me a couple times. I've rated them a couple times, and now we're co-streaming, and it's a fantastic night because we're building this really very overly intricate game on stream.
Yay! And it's going to be implemented in the terminal. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, and I do have a very cute corgi. Her name is Leia. She's asleep on the ground, but if she wakes up, I'll lift her up, and everybody can see her. She's very, very cute.
The first time we rated you, I think we had like a conversation for like 20 minutes about corgi butts or something. Like it was
probably
an interesting moment in my life.
Yeah, it happens a lot, especially because like all the little like notifications and alerts and all that are all corgi themed now. So everybody's like, "Oh, it's such a cute corgi. Is that yours?" I'm like, "No, but here's mine."
Oh, I see.
Pick it off the floor.
There you go. All right.
Just stream things.
Right. Now Born.
Yep, that's me, Born. That conversation. Happy to be back.
Okay, so what I'm thinking is maybe a series of like if-then statements. It will be complicated, but that's like if we can just lay down like the conditions logic-wise, maybe we'll be in a good place to start. I don't know.
Yeah, I think let's maybe even take a step back and make it a little more abstract.
Okay.
Like what in your mind is like when you're looking at, I have a blank canvas, how do we set up this game? Like what is the first thing you do? Even if you're just like taking this thing out of the box and we were going to sit on a table and play it. Like what's the first thing you would do?
Pull out the board, set up the grid maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that'd be step 1. And then step 2, pretty closely relating, still in setup, what else do you have to do in order to play the game?
Pieces, like have a certain amount of pieces,
because that's pretty important. The guy like emphasized like each person gets 30 pieces, and if there's not enough, you share blah blah. See, those 60 total pieces are going to be really important.
60 total pieces. I totally missed that part of the video. I think I zoned out.
I don't blame you. He wasn't the most entertaining.
Okay. So, wait a second. I'm gonna make a list of steps because I'm very visual. I have to see things like laid
Yeah,
out. So
totally.
1, set up board. 2, set up pieces. And that's as far as we've gotten so far.
Yes. So,
So,
when you say set up pieces, what does that involve? Because there's actually a second piece of that we haven't talked about yet.
okay. Well, so saying how many pieces there are in total and how many are given to each player, or are you thinking something else?
So yeah, I would count that as one piece, but
Okay.
yeah, effectively that could be two pieces. But there is something else. So after
Okay.
you've divvied out the pieces, how does the game start? What does the board look like when it starts?
Oh, they're the 4 pieces in the middle, right? Like the
Right.
white,
Eh,
white, black, black.
Yep. And those pieces come from the 30 pieces. So after that, both people have 28 pieces left. 3, grab bottle of vodka. Feels like it for this kind of game.
Set up in a diagonal format. Okay, I don't know how to square diagonal format. Square diagonal format. Black diagonal. White diagonal. So
Perfect.
each player effectively starts with 28 pieces. Okay. I totally
Perfect. So
forgot about that.
I think that's the setup, right? Because
Okay.
then from there, it's like, okay, let's start taking turns and putting pieces down.
Okay.
I also don't know if he mentioned it, but black always goes first, apparently.
Okay.
One of the videos I watched said that black always goes first, and sure, yeah, whatever.
This game seems very intricate. Is this a made-up game or something that already exists? It already exists, and we were talking about how that's like there's like a U.S. play like what was it like national play or something?
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Actually, literally just scroll down a half an inch, and here I'll put it in chat. That should be the link for Othello tutorial with world champ.
There you go, world champ.
So there you go. Not only is it a real thing, there's like an actual like Othello league apparently.
I just think it's wild because I've had so many. Like my family is a game family. I've never heard of this game. Like how have I never heard of it?
Yeah, never. Honestly, when I first looked at it, I thought it was Go. I thought it was the same thing as Go. It's not.
Huh. I mean, they both have the same looking pieces, but
Right. And they're both way, way complicated.
right.
Mm.
Okay.
So
So
we are set up, which is awesome. So at this point, what would you do next? Like as far as your workflow goes, right? I feel like there are two ways we could go. We could either go ahead and start writing code and get this part working, or you could flesh out the entire game and then write it all at once. What would you prefer? I don't think there's a right way or a wrong way.
I feel like maybe fleshing out the entire game because then I just have a better understanding of like where we're going with this, you know?
Okay. Yeah, perfect.
Um, so then we would start like the actual gameplay. So
Mm-hmm.
black goes first, and it's 1 piece per turn, right?
Yep, 1 piece per turn.
And places a piece next to like it. Didn't they also say that you have to place it like so that it actually like flips whatever middle thing there is?
Yep. Yep. So there's only so many valid moves in a turn. Sometimes that number is 0. But yeah, you have to place it so that you flip over your opponent's pieces.
At least one of your opponent's pieces are. I forgot what I was saying. Flipped over. I started thinking about, you know, how it's black, black, white, white. You can't like take someone out at the very beginning, I think, by like putting your I don't know. Anyway, that's why I got distracted.
Oh, okay.
Would you really need to flesh
Yes.
out the game, or would it be akin to checkers where everyone knows what the deal is and therefore fleshing it out is not needed? I feel like you would flesh it out regardless of whether everyone knows how to do it or not, right?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And the more I flesh it out, the less I have to code.
That is true. And truth be told, like 80% of your time as a developer is planning and architecting, and like the last 20% is writing all the code.
Huh, interesting. Even as like a junior
Yeah.
or just in general?
A little less as a junior, but even still, like when you're given your own stuff to do, whether that's on day one or day 100, um, you'll always want to at least step back and make sure you spend time thinking, kind of like exactly what you did, where you were trying to address the edge cases, you're addressing the basic functionality, literally going step by step, do this, then do this, then do this, if this, then this, because then you can just plop it all into code. You literally just take your words and just convert it into JavaScript, and you're done.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And doing stuff like this where you write it all out beforehand effectively sets up all your test cases too. So if they have you writing tests, all you have to do is just read through your notes, be like, yep, I have to test for that. I have to test for that. I have to test for that. And you don't have to like sit there wondering and trying to think like, how many tests do I have to write? Like what functionality is important? Because you've already gone through it all.
Right. Um, Born asked, what do you think counts more, fleshing out or coding? What would you say as someone who's like administered interviews? Is that a way to say that anyway? But
I guess I don't actually know how I'd say it either. So I think it depends on the interview, right? So like the first one you had, the hacker rank one, obviously the coding is what mattered there because they were
mm,
looking to see if you could code. In something like this, I would say they're kind of equally important, right? If you just spend your whole time talking and don't actually write the code, not super not super helpful. If you spend all your time coding, you have a bunch of crappy code that doesn't work or covers use cases that aren't it's just not optimized, right? Because you didn't plan. That's not great. But if you spend your time doing both, I think that's kind of the ticket because then the interviewer can see, oh yeah, you're talking through things, you have a problem solving skill set, you have done this before, at least in some regard, right?
right.
And oh yeah, you can code. That's also really helpful because we don't want to go out of business by hiring developers who can't code.
Mm, okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I feel like I like the laying it out just because I don't like. We watched that video and I was like, okay, I don't know what he just said. Like, so I feel like I need to understand how this game is played. In order. I mean, that I feel like that's intuitive. In order to code the game, you have to know how the game works.
Yep. Yeah. And it's like that in every coding project you'll ever be on, right? So if you're working in a product based company, you have to know how that product works. If you're working for clients, you have to know how the client's industry works. Like a long time ago, I built a parking enforcement app, and I know more about parking enforcement now than I think I'd ever care to or will ever need to know. But I had to know it because you have to know the terminology. You have to know what they're doing, how their system works. This right here, what you're doing, like I said, for a junior, I think it's about 50-50, right? 50% planning, 50% coding. But as you become more senior, you'll do more of this and less of actually writing the code because the problems are so much more complex. You need to spend the time thinking as opposed to just like slaying code and hoping it works.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah.
What trade-offs you're willing to do? Wait, what do you mean? Like, what? Yeah, what do you mean?
So, um, a lot of programming, pretty much everything in programming is a trade-off. You can do things, you know, quickly and very expensive, or slowly and very inexpensive, or you can take up a lot of space on your disk, on your hard drive, and do it, really fast. You can take up not as much space, but do it really slow. Like everything kind of has its trade-offs. So a lot of software design is, what do we value here? Like, do we value it being correct all the time, even if we have to go back and run the same code 3 or 4 times to ensure accuracy? Or do we want it to just be blazingly fast because it has to get done ASAP? Some great examples of that are the code that runs the International Space Station. Every time they do any mathematical operations, they run it 3 times because there's so much of a chance that like a solar ray could hit a bit and flip it and screw up the equation. They run it multiple times and they take the majority answer. So they're running code slower, but it's more accurate. Or something like Twitch or YouTube, they are fire hosing bits like up from your computer and out to everybody else. And that's why sometimes you'll see a stream buffer, because sometimes the bits just go missing, they get lost, they don't arrive in time. But it doesn't really matter, because as long as you're continuing to play on the stream, um, that's all the user really cares about. At the end of the day, like I just want to be able to watch the stream, even if I miss a second of it, that's fine. I don't want every frame to come in really slow and just be choppy and not watchable. So it's about all these trade-offs you have to take. Those are two really extreme examples. I don't think we're going to come up against that in Othello at all, but
Right.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's do this then.
Yes.
So you place a piece so at least one of your opponent's pieces are flipped over.
Mm-hmm.
And then would we have to... We wouldn't go next to like... And then white does the same thing, because maybe that would be the same code, right? Like if the player places a piece or...
Yeah, so you could make the piece placing code the same, just with some subtle differences of who's actually placing the piece. There is one, you kind of alluded to it in step 4, but I think it would be worthwhile to make it its own step.
Okay.
So black places a piece on the board, then what happens? You already kind of allude to it. It's kind of
Like
a
you're
trick
talking
question.
about the
Sorry.
places the piece that blah, 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 blah. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so black places a piece, but then what happens to the board?
One of the spots is filled?
One of the spots is filled, and then what happens to all of the pieces on the board?
Oh, one of them gets flipped. Or like one or more. Right.
in that straight line. Yeah. So I'd make that its own step, just because that's going to be a really important part of the code.
Then one of the pieces gets flipped to black. 1 plus. Places a piece. How do I integrate this with this? Because I feel like this should be over here, but they're not quite the same.
So that at least one of your opponent's pieces. I think you could probably leave that, because that's just saying like it's qualifying where you can put that piece.
Okay.
And the next step is what actually happens. Oh, hey Dan, yes, I can read chat. I'm just not looking too hard at chat, but yeah, things are good. How are you?
Welcome from Peru, Raver.
Ooh.
Raver loves us Americans, apparently. Are you American? You're American, right? Or are you Canadian?
Me?
Yeah.
American.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm from the South.
Oh, okay, there you go.
I'm glad there's not much of an accent there. That
Yeah.
gets tricky.
Couldn't hear it at all, so. Not that there's
Perfect.
anything wrong with Southern accents.
No. Not at all. But usually people are like, "Oh, you're from the South, aren't you?" I'm like, "Yeah, a little bit." Y'all is the best word. South where? South Carolina.
I say y'all, and I'm not
Y'all
from the
is
South.
the best word ever.
It really is.
It's
We don't have that word in English, and we need it. I mean, except for y'all, or you guys, right. Or, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like, especially like in the possessive, right? Like, oh, it's y'all's house. Oh, it's the house that belongs to all of you collectively. There's no good way to say that.
Doesn't really roll off the tongue.
No, not really.
All of you collectively. Okay. So,
anyways, yes, the game.
One or more of the pieces gets flipped to black. And then we don't have to write the exact same thing for white, right?
That's kind of up to you.
Okay.
If you could always say white does the above 2 steps, and that'll be fine. It is probably worth writing that white does do something, because when we're translating it directly into code later, you have, like, I don't think you would, but I know I'd look at this and be like, okay, we flip over all the black pieces. Okay, let's just do the black one again and again and again and again, and just forget about white.
Okay. Oops.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
So what you just wrote, those
Mhm.
4 steps, that's what we would call the game loop. Because that's what's going to repeat over and over and over again until an end condition happens. So that's what we need to figure out next. Is what is the end condition? Because I think those are pretty much all the steps. I don't think we're missing anything.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't think so. Because
Like
the
it
rest of
looks
this is the end conditions. No pieces left, but your opponent does. Blah blah blah. Game is over. Win. Blah blah blah.
yeah.
Oh, we didn't put the well. If you can't play,
Oh,
so that that,
yeah, that's important. That's important.
and that would be part of the game loop, right?
hmm Yeah, because we'll have to check for that. So in a weird sense, we'll have to make sure that we before black or white gets their turn, we have to check and somehow mark all of the spots that are valid to place because we don't want to let somebody place a piece in an invalid location.
Valid or like available?
Um, I think I'd say valid because a lot of the spaces will be available at the beginning, but you won't necessarily be able to put your piece there, right?
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how I would say that because
Mm-hmm.
valid to place a piece doesn't make sense, does it?
Thankfully, as long as this makes sense to you, I think that's kind of what matters here. You know?
Okay. To place a piece in, and that will would that be different than the game loop, or would that be part of it?
So I'll answer your question with a question.
Oh.
When do we check the places that are valid to place a piece into?
Before before a piece is placed, right?
Okay. Yep. So if we did that outside of the game loop, it would only happen once, right? Because it's not looping.
Okay, but you have to check every time. So it would just be at the
Right.
very beginning before black or white plays.
Right. Right.
So we have to check all the places that are valid to place a piece in, and we do that. How do we do that? We say if like you have a piece of your color at the end of the row and an opposing piece in the middle, then you can place it at the top of that piece in the same row. Right?
Yes. Yep. Obviously, there are a few more cases than that, right? You can place it below or on the side, but yes, that is the gist of exactly it. Um, there's a there's a lot of ways you could go through, a lot of algorithms you could use to go through and figure out, what places are valid, right? So
Mm-hmm.
there's the approach like you go through every single square in the entire board and go, okay, is this piece valid? Okay, let's look to the right. Are there, pieces of an opposite color? And then eventually a piece of my color, diagonal down. You could do it on every single square. You could pick out all the places where you already have a piece and then look, all around and see, okay, is there a white piece there? Okay, is the next piece a white piece or open, and kind of just keep going up and doing it. There's a lot of different ways to do that, but we don't have to do that immediately. Like we can kind of come to that as we go. We can talk about that in a minute once we've actually written out how the game works, but this is one of those big projects you can break into a bunch of little steps.
Okay. So if we wouldn't like write something like that down, what would we be doing instead?
What do you mean?
Like, so you're saying we could like write down like if it is like if it's an empty square, blah, 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 and like all the specifics right now, or we could do something else first. I don't know.
What I'm saying is I think let's definitely write down check all the places that are valid.
Okay.
But we can figure out the implementation details of that when we actually go to write it.
Oh, okay. So we don't need to like do it now then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, all we're doing right now is just figuring out at an abstract level, like what do we want this code to do?
Okay.
And then admittedly, when you're developing, a lot of it is going to be trial and error. Like, okay, what about this theory that we have? Does it work? No? Okay, let's try a different one. Or yes, it works, but is there a better way to do this? That's a pretty common question in interviews. Like you'll present a solution, they'll go, okay, that works. Is there, is there a better way to do this? Could you do this faster? Could you do this more space efficient? Things like that. But we'll get there when we're actually writing the code. My best advice for interviews is, other than like talk all the way through it, is write the code that works first, then go back and optimize it, and then go back and make it pretty. Because if you can't get it working at all, that's not super great. But if you can, if you can get it to work, and then you don't necessarily optimize it all the way, they know you can at least write code and you can at least reason through a problem.
Right.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, really quick, Blood, I have until Tuesday, midday. Except, you wanna know what's ironic? Like, I gave them, like, an entire 2 weeks, the times that I was available in those 2 weeks. And my power company messages me today. And so this is supposed to be at, like, 1 to 2:30 p.m. My power company messages me today, and they're like, "We have a planned outage on Tuesday from 11 to 2 p.m." And it's like, bro, what is the, like, what, why would that happen on that day? Like, what is the probability of that? Like,
Nice.
welcome,
So are you gonna like
Kristen.
go to a coffee shop, or are you gonna?
Or my parents' house. I emailed them and I was like, yo, this is what my power company just said. That's why I didn't mention it before. They didn't tell me before.
Right.
Could we reschedule? If not, I can just see if I can go to a library or my parents' house or something. Like, anyway,
Wow.
life sometimes.
Got that right.
Wow. Okay, wait a second. Twitching. Whisper me. Do you mind if I show postcards right now, Alex? Because Twitching
yeah.
just redeemed
Yeah,
a
it's your stream.
postcard.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a second. So I do this thing where I draw henna art on postcards and then I send it and it's a redemption. So
That's actually so sick.
thank you. So you're not gonna see Alex for a sec, so you can see how this big.
Cool.
Sorry.
I'm actually gonna run and grab some water really quick. I'll be back in just a second.
Okay, no problem. All right, you can have this one. This is what we're making a website for, so I don't have to do this, but here we are. Or you can have, oh, this one is upside down. Do you get one too? Only if you redeem one, Blood. Ugh, I can never do this at the right angle. Ugh. I think I'm gonna turn off my little light there. There's this one. This one. Okay. Thank you, green screen, for being glitchy as fuck. Bruh. Wait a second. Maybe I do need the light. Okay, I think we're gonna go with the light because it's less janky. This one's cockroaches. Yuck. This one's a duck. Let me go closer. Focus. Focus, baby. There's this one. It can also be this direction, whatever you want. Or there's this one. Shoes. Coral. We need to finish that website. This is a secret elephant in pansies. Oh, it's upside down. Sorry. Secret elephant in pansies. This is a telescope, whatever these are called. Looking glass. This is scenery in southern Utah. This is music. This is poppies. This is a gorilla. This is Scylla encryptis. And this is the Earth, but specifically North America. Anyway. They're all amazing, but which one do you want? You like the music one?
Choices.
You know, it's always interesting to me what people pick. I hate the music one, but if you like it, sure, I'll send it to you. Okay, you want the music one though, or what did Blood redeem? Wait, you both got one? Okay, well, then both of you. Wow. I didn't see that one.
Wow.
All right, did you see all of them as well, Blood, or do I need to go through them again? Twitchin', is this the one you wanted? Or did you want a different one? I don't know how to angle this. Okay. The music one. Okay. Pick me your favorite. I can't. I'm not giving my favorite. Pranked. This is my favorite. I didn't show it. But out of the ones I am willing to give away, the fuck? Second favorite. I kind of like these three. I like the poppies. I like this line one that isn't anything in particular. And I like these fancy shoes. Skullman for you. Skullman is for me and only for me. Sorry. Poppies? All right. Sweet. Okay, now we can go back to coding. Fuck you, it's yours. No, you can't make me give it to you. Okay. I will send those. Both of you, send me a whisper with your address, and then I will send it to you. All right, let's do Othello.
Yes. Woo!
Okay. What if you get killed? I don't know. It will still be sent to you. What a question.
I guess you have to write it in your will now.
Needs Poppy postcard from Rufio. I hired someone. Wait, what? Okay, let's play. I don't know what we're talking about in chat anymore, but okay. So check all the places, blah blah blah. Then we have that, and then we need to do the end condition. Is that where we're at?
Yes. Yeah. So we need to figure out what happens to stop the game loop.
I haven't been coding for that long, but I've been coding for long enough that whenever I use parentheses, I just automatically expect to put like the first one and then the second one to automatically populate, and it doesn't, and
Right.
it's such a disappointment.
It's really sad when it doesn't. Just wait till you start using Vim key bindings and things aren't Vim key bindings. You're like, why can't I move with my keyboard?
Woof. Okay, so the game ends when wait, I wrote this down. When what?
Oh, Dan asked, have I had this problem in an interview? No, I have not. The closest thing I've had to this was building it wasn't an e-commerce store, but it was like an inventory management system with Vue and Laravel for this job. Or something like that. But it was basically a code challenge. Same thing though. 2 hours, build this thing. This one's definitely way more complex what I was doing though.
Really? That makes me feel.
Yeah, and mine was for like a project lead position. So
Bruh. See, that's one thing that kind of worries me about this company is I feel like this is too fancy for someone at my skill level. And I'm like, wait, why are they giving me such like high level stuff right now?
so this may be a bit of a soapbox, so kick me off of it if you want, but don't ever think that a company is way too fancy or out of your league as a developer. There is nothing better for companies than apprentice or junior level developers coming in, because y'all offer such a different perspective on the systems that are already in place that y'all are invaluable, right? Because if it's just the same old crusty senior engineers building crap day after day after day, they're not going to be able to onboard new developers in that software because there's no one going through that flow. They're not going to be able to explain how the software works because there's no one new coming into the fold. And then there's nobody new coming in with all these new technologies that are pushing the industry forward. I don't know. I get soapboxy when I hear about junior and apprentice level developers being like, I don't know, it seems too above my head. If they're giving you this, I think somebody said it in chat. If they're, yeah, Born said it. If kind of a little sarcastically, but like if they're giving you something like this, they already believe in your skill level. Like you must have portrayed yourself well during the either the written interviews, the applications, the hacker rank, whatever it was. Like this is a good sign. Like it's supposed to be tough, I would imagine.
But like, what I guess like, and I appreciate that. I guess what I'm worried about is what if they like basically like hire me on as a junior for a role that isn't actually like junior.
Now that's definitely something that can happen, and it should not. I'll be very clear up front about that. I think part of I hate to say this because it shouldn't be your problem, but I think one of the things that you can do to try to avoid that is ask them questions about like, what is your junior developer program like? Like what resources would I have in place where I to work there? Do I have a mentor? Do I report to anybody? What kind of projects will be like? You shouldn't have to go out of your way to make sure they're not screwing you over. But like some companies don't know any better. You know, some companies are like, oh great, we can get this person who doesn't know a lot and pay them a whole heck of a lot less and have them do the same work. And that's not okay. But a lot of companies just don't know. On the other hand, they could be giving you this because they're like, hey, you know, they're trying to get on as a junior developer, but they seem to have more potential than they're giving themselves credit for. And they're seeing, hey, maybe are they ready for a full developer role? If not, that's okay. You know, that's totally fine. But there is definitely the possibility that things are a little iffy in junior dev positions. That's why they're kind of dangerous. However, the other nice thing in tech, even though there is kind of a slump right now where people aren't hiring as much, is that once you have that first job, bouncing around to other jobs until you find something you like gets a lot easier.
See, that's what I hear. I'm stuck at that the first job
Yeah.
thing.
Yep. Nope, for sure. For sure. But I mean, again, the fact that we're talking about Othello, like, holy crap, this is wild. But also such a good learning experience because this alone, like having watched the video and kind of working this out, like this already has so much in it that could be so beneficial for you going forward, whether you get this job or not. Like I understand, like getting the job is the important piece, but like whether you get it or not, this is going to be very helpful with your problem solving skills and how like your coding workflow as you continue on.
That's a good point. Even if I don't make it, I will learn something from this.
Right.
I'm sorry you're having a bad day, Dan. I hope your ice cream was good. Dom asked you a question, Alex, looks like.
Oh,
When is
when
a
is a
good
good time
yeah.
in
Go on, sorry.
your process to, no, you're good. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. When is a good time in the interview process to ask those kinds of questions? Honestly, Dom, for me, it kind of depends on what the interview process is like. Some companies are like, okay, you want to apply? Here, submit your resume, and then they like have an AI send you a link where it's like, do this code challenge. But I would say as early as you can, because as much as an interview is as much as an interview is for the company to figure out if they want you as an employee, it's a two-way street because it's also for you to figure out if you want to be their employee. Because while having a job is immensely important, and I understand that, and I know I come from a privileged place of having a job to say this, at some point there are some jobs that will drain you and wring out every last bit of mental sanity you have. And so if you can figure out up front that a job isn't for you, sometimes that's the better option. Just part ways there, because either they may adjust what they're doing, they may pay you more, they may say, well, actually, we have this other position that may suit you better, or you'll just save yourself the trouble of being miserable for a couple of months.
Okay. Did the position say a junior when I applied? I think it just says software engineer. I'm not sure though. I don't remember. I haven't looked at it for a while. Okay. All right. I think that's all the questions, except for Bourne was
Cool, cool,
asking
cool.
if there was actually a hiring sump, but other people addressed that as well.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. End conditions. I was supposed to be paying it. I was supposed to read through this while you said stuff, and then I got distracted because, of course, I did.
That's all right.
Okay. Wait, we don't want to put this in. We said that we would do this at like the end at the right, or no?
Let's see. If you have no pieces left, which your opponent does, you can take one of the pieces to make your move. We do need to put that in.
But not yet.
That we should put everything in this list of like how the game loop works. We don't have to necessarily code it right away, if that makes sense.
Okay. But it would be part of the loop, right?
Why would you say that?
Because you're picking up a piece, right? And if you do not have a piece, then you need to know what to do in that case. Wouldn't that be part of the loop?
Yeah, exactly. So you know this stuff.
You know, in theory, I was a philosophy degree and that was logic, but I kind of like.
Were you really?
I was really a philosophy degree.
That's
yeah.
awesome.
But
That's so cool.
that was an interesting major because everyone was so smart and I had no idea what was happening. But it was a good experience. That's just how I feel like most things are for me.
Yeah. Well, like you said, I'm sure the logic exposure is going to be really helpful here.
I hope so.
I think it will.
Have I played a game of Othello? Nope. I hadn't heard of it.
Maybe we should have done that first. Maybe we actually should have played the game Othello.
What? We watched a 3-minute video.
That's true. Yeah. Basically experts.
Your roommates are philosophy majors. ... Well, that's ominous.
Yeah.
I should at least play one. Okay. I feel like that would be a long game, though. Same, Leah. I also have no idea what this game is. Apparently, it's been around since 1883, though. Said someone in chat a long time ago.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so if you have any pieces left, and maybe just copy it. Maybe that would be a good thing to do. Yes, I think.
So, one thing to note about this game loop.
Okay.
Because it's broken into the black moves and the white moves.
Mm-hmm.
This and I think step 4, right, checking the places that are valid, have to happen with both of those turns, right? So like right now it just reads, we're going to check all the places that are valid to place a piece in, then black's going to go, then white's going to go, and then if white has no more pieces left but black does, white can take one of their pieces. But we have to make sure those things are happening on both, right?
Right, because as it is right now, it's only white that's getting checked, probably.
Mm-hmm.
So
kind of a nitpicky detail, but one of those things that'll look really good to the not recruiter, but the interview manager or whoever.
So in which case that we would probably take 7 and 8 out, and then make it not black, but like player goes, right?
Yeah.
Or first, or no, player. Wait, never mind. It does have to be black initially because black goes first.
You could also just put that at the very end of the setup, right? You could say black goes first.
Okay. My numbers are getting messed up.
Yeah, we'll go back and figure it out later.
So, check all the player places a piece. one or more of the pieces gets flipped to players. Oops. Color. And then
Nice.
we would just cut this out because that would just be like one loop and then it would loop to the other color, right? Or
Yep. You would have to say like switch players at the end, even though it's pretty obvious for you. And these are just your notes. You don't have to, but I like to be really explicit with my pseudocode because Lord knows I will forget a step if I don't write it out.
okay, so then switch players, right?
Yeah.
There are people in chat who have actually played Othello. Wow.
Wait, there are?
Yeah, at least 2. Token
Wow.
Toter and Ship That Code. Whoa,
Yeah.
that's wild.
You two should play a game of Othello online, record it, and then just have us watch it back.
Yes. Do you play on that website, Token Toker? Or, wow, Token Toker, yeah. You just played a game in 2 minutes? Ah.
2 minutes?
Wow, but you've played before. Maybe we would take longer. It's very complicated, we found out. Read the book, Othello. It's okay, we're learning how it works. Ship that code. Okay, so that's the game loop. Let's do the end of the game. So to stop the game loop, then I keep remembering that I'm come back to this and I get distracted by other things. Like the last part that we just barely did. If the board is full or there are no other possible moves, then the game is over, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oops. Okay, never mind. I'm not writing well. Game is over. If game is over, when the board is full. Game is over when the board is full. Wait. Where does if fall into this? I did not. Okay. If the board is full or there are no more possible moves, then the game is over. Okay. I got it.
So then what happens? As soon as the game ends, what happens?
Then you count up how many pieces each player has, and then you have the player who has, or you subtract the 2 with the bigger number being like the top, and then that is the number by which the winner won by.
So I think the subtraction part is just for tournament play. If you're going to play multiple rounds,
Oh,
like the winner takes that amount of points. I think it's really just whoever has the most points.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Whoever has the most points wins. I love how that's what my brain focused on. I didn't catch that. Whoever has the most points when it caught, well, you subtract things. And then that's what tells you.
You're going to be such a good programmer. You're catching all the edge cases. People would kill for that kind of talent.
Oh, shucks. Okay. There we go. That's it, right?
There we go.
Unless
Let's
we
see.
write out
So
the
we'll
edge
set
cases.
up the board. We set up the pieces. You get 30 pieces. You set up in a square. Black goes first. Then you check all the places that are valid to place a piece in. The player places a piece, so at least one of the opponent's pieces are flipped over. Then one or more of the pieces gets flipped over. And if you have no pieces left, but your opponent does, you can actually take one of your pieces to make your move. We could actually probably move that up in the game loop because we'll probably want to check that before you make the move, right?
Oh, that would make sense. Yeah.
Again, a little pedantic, but
like right wait, no. It would be at the very beginning, wouldn't it? No. No, it wouldn't be. It would be the second, maybe.
why would it be the second one?
Because you still have to check to see if there are places that are valid to place the piece in. Because if there aren't, you don't want to go forward with the rest of the logic, you know?
Right. Oh, that's awesome. I'm so glad you caught that. That's awesome. Because what that is right there is if you would have put if you have no pieces left, but your opponent does take one of their pieces, then you would end up taking a piece, but then not using it. So the pieces would be weirdly unbalanced. So good job.
You're very good at positive self-talk or like encouragement. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, it's part of what I'm here for.
Okay. I don't know why I'm so anal about these numbers, but I am, so. There we go. Okay. So then one or more of the pieces gets flipped to player's color, and then we switch players. And then if the board is full, no more possible moves, game is over, and whoever has the most points wins.
All right. I think this looks good. Again, from our 3-minute video, I think this looks like how you play Othello.
We're doing great. We're doing great for ourselves, maybe. Toker can tell us if maybe we're not, but also
Yeah.
they have complimenting you in chat. Did you see that?
Oh, no, I don't see that. I need to pay more attention to chat. They're nice down there. NFTs to our Othello game? Yeah, probably. We could sell it. Then you won't even have to get a job. You could just sell it as an NFT and make
Brilliant.
bajillions of dollars.
But can you only sell an NFT once?
I mean, you can like
maybe?
resell it.
Oh, can
You know,
you?
you mint it once, I think. I don't know. I don't
I don't
care.
either.
I'm like, go do
NFTs.
your crypto stuff.
NFTs are confusing to me because I get like like if you have like a piece of art, there's only one of those and you can make copies. But if you like own the original rights to something online, you can just like screenshot it. Like you screenshot it and it doesn't matter if you have the original rights. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. You're paying for the idea of ownership and like I don't know. It's not my favorite use of the blockchain, but for some people it's the thing to do. And some people have made absurd money off of it. So, you know what? Can't fault them there, I guess.
Mostly rich people though, and then they're basically just
That's
selling their own fame, like capitalizing, I guess,
uh,
off their own fame.
funny how that works, isn't it?
Yeah. Dan regrets bringing up NFTs now. Thanks, ship that code. Okay. All right. So now we do the edge cases or we do the coding?
Honestly, and this is totally up to you. I love to get something working first and then address the edge cases, especially in an interview, because what that'll do is that'll prompt the interviewer to go, well, have you thought about this edge case? To which you can say, actually, yes, and here's how I would fix it. It just looks way more impressive than if you do everything and they're like, okay, no questions. And you don't get that interaction time to prove that like you're a normal person who has soft skills and can carry a conversation.
But
Drank.
I just barely added sound bites today. And they just redeemed one. Made me very happy. I will drink. But like, for example, like say we aren't writing down the edge cases and then like you said, you start coding and they say, have you thought about doing this edge case? But you haven't written it down, so have you thought about it?
Sorry, I thought you meant in the code. We can totally write them down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I would make sure to notate them a little bit differently in your notes though, just to show yourself that like, and even show them because they will likely be looking at your notes too. And just to show them like, hey, this is an edge case. We'll handle this once we get the base game working. Like, the important part is let's get the basic functionality really solid. So then when we throw the edge cases on there, we don't question our underlying logic.
Working. Okay. All right.
Cool.
It worked. Have a follow. Well, yeah. Make sure you're following Alex as well. I need to do the have like the shout out copied, but then I copy so many other things like numbers because of we keep offsetting the numbers. So give them a follow. They're amazing. Okay.
Appreciate it.
So edge cases last.
Maybe, but who's stopping us? Your
He has
dad?
corgis. I have a corgi, and she's the best.
She wake?
I don't know where she went. Well, she is. She's not here anymore. I don't know where
Sneaky.
she went.
Sneaky dog. Okay. So we wrote down, I feel like, edge cases, and I'm trying to remember where they were. Or did we?
We definitely did. Although, did we just put them in as like
Or is it
normal?
if you have no pieces left but your opponent does, you can take one of their pieces. Isn't that an edge case?
Oh, that might have been our edge case.
Oh, okay. I think that's the only one I'm seeing though.
And we actually already added that at number 6.
Did we? Wait a second. Oh yeah, we did. Wait a second.
So we must have just been like, you know what? That's probably fine. We'll just make it part of the base case. Honestly, I think that's okay, because if you would like to, one of the things that I always recommend when people are practicing for interviews to do in the interview is like go step by step. That's why we're breaking it out into the setup, the game loop, end of game, and then each of these individual little pieces. Basically, what I would like to see when I was seeing people write code is that, hey, can you modularize this and like build a piece that works and then commit it, and then build another piece that works and commit it, rather than just like, let me try to build the whole thing all at once, and then you end up missing a bunch of stuff.
Interesting. And modularize by like putting into like the setup, like the loop, the end of the game, or
Yes, definitely. But even just like within the code that you're writing, right? So first step that I would do is, okay, let me make a node.js app that just like runs and prints out hello world in the console. Okay, great, this works. Okay, second one, let's adjust that node script to print out the game board. Okay, we can do that. Fantastic. Let's make a node script that prints out the game board and then gives everybody the right amount of pieces. And you just kind of incrementally go step by step by step by step, instead of saying, okay, I'm going to write setup. Let's set the board and the pieces and give everybody 30 pieces and set black to go first. Because that's just a lot of things that you can't easily test in a single run of the game. Because then you're testing early, right? So you're testing, hey, does the board get set up correctly, without having to run through the entire game to do it.
Interesting. We'll try that. I didn't think about doing that, so that makes sense.
It's just sometimes it's
Wow,
just
wow,
nice
wow,
too,
wow,
because then it's like little dopamine hits. Like, yes, I got this piece working. Okay, I got this piece working.
Right.
Wow, wow, wow.
Wow, 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 wow. Can you hear the sound alerts?
I can't, but I could like read the sound out of that particular one.
Okay. Yeah, they're a
I
little.
honestly,
loud.
maybe I'm just gonna turn on. Oh no, I can't turn on stream. Oh, that was bad. I tried turning on stream, but it's just like so laggy. I could like hear myself saying things
Oh.
that I. Never mind. I'll just you just have to mimic the sound
I
every
have
time
to
one
say
comes
it
in.
every time people say it. Wow, 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 wow.
Oh
Oftentimes I
shoot!
do that
I owe you a
anyway, though.
posture check and hydrate. I'm so sorry. I'm not even looking at my own stream. Ah,
What is TDD?
TDD. Oh boy. So in very very short terms, it stands for test driven development. So
Mm,
what we're doing is the precursor to writing code in the test driven development style. The idea is you figure out what you want to do. So you do this, right? You write out how something's supposed to work. Then you write a test that validates the logic that you have down. So like say, for setup board, we would write a test that says, there will be a two-dimensional array 8 by 8, right? There'll be 64 squares, or however you want to write that. And then when you run the test, it fails the first time because we haven't written any code. And then you write your code to make that test pass. So you're making sure your code logically matches up to the prose you've written out in your instructions.
okay.
It's a slightly more advanced thing, but it's really common in the professional world because it ideally helps eliminate the number of bugs that get shipped out, because you've already written tests for all of those edge cases we've been talking about and all the base cases. So that way when you write your code, these are the flag posts that I have to reach. Like I have to have a board that's 8 by 8. Each person has to have 30 pieces. Black has to go first. And then when you run your test suite, all of them should pass before you ship your code.
Okay. Token
So yeah,
Toker says, is that so you don't get too far and have it be a waste?
yeah, in some regards, yeah. Also, the farther you get into a piece of code, the more complexity there is. And so the more complexity you have in a piece of code, the harder it is to find bugs. And typically, when you're building something like this, like a game is actually a pretty straightforward way to do it because the foundation, the structure of the code is usually the most complex. So setting up the board, making sure the pieces are correct. And once you get that foundation laid really solid, then when you're putting the complex game loop on top of it, if something's breaking, you know it's breaking in the game loop and not in your setup. But if you
Mm,
wrote it all at once and something broke, you're like, well, it's breaking somewhere in these 3,000 lines of code, but I don't actually know where
okay. All right.
before you ship that code. Nice.
Okay. So it sounds like we need to make a JS file then.
Let's do it.
Mm, do I say app.js or game.js, or does it matter?
It does not matter because we're basically gonna be running it in the terminal with whatever the file name is. So we'll just say
Okay.
like node game.js if you want to.
Okay. We'll rename it. For a second. Node. Okay. Okay. So our first thing that we were supposed to do was to set up the board. And it was what by what?
I think it was 8x8, but
8 by 8?
I can double check. Othello.
Itchy
1, 2, 3,
nose.
4. Yes,
Has-
8x8.
The itchy nose has hit me.
Allergies are killing me over here.
No, it's
Holy
not.
smokes.
It's not allergies. It's the streamer nose.
It's such a real thing though. I can't believe that. That blew me away.
That's what I had to say about that. Token Toker really wants me to play a game of Othello. Should we, or should we
I
just
mean,
keep going?
do it. Play a game of Othello. It'll be a nice break. We've done a lot of brain work to get to this point, and then we'll take a break, and then we could do some more brain work.
Okay. All right. It's a real thing. Streamer nose is a real thing. So
Yep.
itchy. Okay, so I, in theory, should be. Well, look, this is interesting. If you can see my stream, they have
Mhm.
4 places where you can go as a black
Mhm.
player, which is interesting. I wonder if that's something we need to take into account.
So do you know why those spaces are highlighted as like places you can go?
Well, because, I mean, I would just say because they're places you can go, but what were you thinking?
So like what makes those particular spots valid as opposed to all the other places on that grid?
They're sandwiching the white.
Yeah, exactly. So then as the game expands and keeps going, there are going to be potentially more, potentially less options for places where players can play their pieces because they have to sandwich X number of pieces between them.
Okay. Here I am playing my first game of Othello. Oh, interesting. We're not going to go to this level where it predicts everywhere you can go.
No. I mean, we technically will kind of already have to do that, but we don't have to show it necessarily.
I keep like waiting for it to go, and then it's like it goes, so that's cool. I don't think I'm playing this very well, but in my defense, I've never played it before, so.
Ooh, good move.
Was it?
I mean, you got 2 pieces. I don't know. I've never played this before either.
I think I'm losing, actually. I guess these are all places I could play. Okay. Oh, 5. Pranked.
Ooh, that was a bunny.
A bunny? Wait, what does that mean?
A money.
A
money.
money. Oh, I was
Sorry,
like,
there's my southern accent. It's a bunny. I should talk about that for a whole stream.
You should do it.
I definitely should not.
I wish it would give us just a little bit of a delay because I keep waiting for them to go, but it's like automatic.
It's almost like, hey, you're good at this game, but the computer's way better, so we're gonna move super fast. It's like, okay, let's calm down.
Good luck. Okay. I'm beginning to not have so many moves. I wonder if I should get rid of this little isolated piece or if it matters.
I don't know. Token, can you get a thinking like a programmer blog post from Alex? Actually, the one is in progress for the Kirschbaum blog, so kirschbaumdevelopment.com. It'll be out there sooner or later.
No, they just
Also,
pranked me. Sorry, go on. Sorry.
oh no, I was gonna say they also said you want the corners because they can't be. Oh, you want the corners because the corners can't be taken back from you. So if you put a piece in the corner, there's no way they could like jump over it and sandwich it to change that color.
Okay. Interesting. Strategy.
Yeah. Again, strategy for the people who have never played Othello, but
I'm like not in the corner, so that's cool.
I mean, all told, I think you're winning.
Don't jinx me like that. It changes very rapidly. I don't know. See, look. Now I look like I'm losing. Oh my god. Okay, look, but now I have I just have the corner.
Ooh. Boom. Money shot.
More corners, bitch. I get all the corners. I feel like my strategy.
I love I'm getting your commentary like half a second before it happens on the stream.
There you go. Do you have an unfair advantage here for I don't know what it would be, but
So I could beat you in Othello, I guess.
are you the why? Are you why? Is that why they respond so fast? Is that what's happening?
Yeah. Yeah, my 3-minute video of education really makes me good at this game.
They really need to add some sort of like delay. This is throwing me off. I think I am winning at this point.
It certainly looks like it. It says corners. I'm telling you, it says corners.
Oh, it's over. It's over. I won. Okay.
By a lot. Holy crap.
Rufio's subtle competitive. It's not even subtle. I'm a sore loser, honestly. It's not a good thing, but I do get like a little pissed when I lose. So I'm glad I won. Wasn't paying attention to. This feels like pair programming. This is basically pair programming, right?
What, playing Othello or what we're doing?
What we're doing.
Yeah, I'd say so. This is exactly how I pair program with my apprentices that I've had in my apprentice programs. Like this exact thing. So, except maybe minus the Othello, but maybe it's a new thing. Every time we start, we'll play a round of Othello. They're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm teaching you how to program.
We're learning with fun. Do I feel like I understand a bit more? I don't know, because there were some places that I would play and I didn't like parts that would go black and I didn't know why. But
So I think one thing that I noticed when you were playing that game that I feel like they must have mentioned in the video, but I just don't remember, is there are certain plays where you played a piece where it actually sandwiched stuff up and over. So like both rows got flipped over. That's something I did not take into account at first, which I think just makes it a little more complex, but not too bad.
yeah, I think that's where I got like a little confused because I assumed it would only fill in on a certain side, but it's sandwich on whatever side Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sandwiches in all
Right.
directions.
But that's a good thing to know because now we know, hey, anytime we put a piece down, we have to make sure and check all the directions. And then we have to make sure we like flip all the pieces over if there's anything in any of those directions.
Write it
So,
into our little this thing.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah, Dan, Melody. Melody was the apprentice who went rogue. Decided to go on vacation. Ooh.
well, so we said check all the places that are valid to place a piece in, and then we said one or more of the pieces gets flipped into player's color, which so it technically falls under that, but it's not very specific.
You can always make a note if you want to, or if that's good enough, you can leave it. Again, these are your notes.
Can cover multiple rows. Rows? It's only a row if it's horizontal. But I'm gonna say rows anyway.
Columns, and diagonals, I guess.
There must be a more succinct way to what is there an overarching way to say those? Are they under a parent? I don't know.
I don't know, actually. Yeah, couldn't tell you.
Do we have a set of rules or should we grab one? We made a set of rules. These are the rules.
And they're right there. You're looking at the rules. The rules as we know them from a 3-minute video in one game.
Apparently Go you have to surround the pieces instead of sandwich them. I've never played Go, so.
Mm-mm. I've written in Go, never played.
What if you programmed Go and Go? Trippy. Someone's probably done that though. We can basically make whatever rules we want, yes, but not if we're trying to make the specific game. 8-way directional movement.
Oh, yeah. The nerd in me has to say that 8-way directional movement with a square grid, game breaking. Not good. Hexagonal grid, however, totally fine. That's unrelated, so.
Wait. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I get it. I had to think about why it would be 8 ways.
I was like, that's 9 ways. It's not.
I was gonna say it's only like, because if you take each line like 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 ways, but I can't believe I had to count that, but I'm bad at math, so. Okay, so we have to make the board.
Yes.
I don't know how to make the board. Like, how does one go about that in coding?
So earlier on, I kind of mentioned something in passing, and there's a couple different ways you can, a couple of things you can call a grid. But at the end of the day, a grid is an array of arrays.
Yeah, I remember that.
Which admittedly is a little hard to picture.
Wouldn't it just be like an array and then there are at least 8 arrays of 8, right? 8 arrays of 8?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah.
And we would have to, are we like writing, okay. Sorry, words are hard for me, I guess.
You're good.
Each of these arrays has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in them, and we write that out?
Are you saying like, what data are we putting in each of the spots in the array?
Yes.
So I think that kind of depends on what is present on the board, right? So what if we took like one single square on the board?
Okay.
One single square. What states can that square be in throughout the course of a game? Like what can happen to that square?
It can be either like a Boolean sort of thing, like either filled or empty.
Okay. Yes. When it's filled, it can be filled with what?
A piece, either a black or a white piece.
There it is. Yeah, either a black or white. So it's not necessarily a Boolean, filled or not filled. You actually need how many conditions?
4. No. Yes. Wait, no. Not filled. Filled black, filled white. 3, actually.
Bingo.
Can't believe I counted that way. I'm not European.
You
But
spent some time out of the country. It counts.
good night, Flo. So we have 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what am I supposed to do with that information, though? Like,
So, since we have 3 states, we need 3 things. They could be characters, numbers, whatever, to represent what state any square has at any given time. Because that's how we're going to keep track of the game.
like maybe I'll say filled black, filled white, or empty.
As a recommendation, just to make the because we're spitting this out in the terminal, and the terminal's a real pain in the butt to format, I'd keep them all the same number of characters. So like BWE instead of like FB, FW, and then just E.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because otherwise, like some of the squares, if you put a black or white piece in there, they're going to be bigger than others, and the grid won't actually line up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Enums are not in base JS, right? Do you know the answer to that question?
I don't think so.
I don't know what those are. What are those?
So an enum is a data type where you give it very specific values. So I could have, like in this case, I could have an enum of like state, and it could either be black, white, empty, and those are the only 3 allowed values. So I couldn't set that enum value to like purple because it's not one of the preset values in the enum. It's effectively like a Boolean, but with multiple, instead of just true and false, you have multiple values. I don't believe they're in JavaScript, so you probably don't have to worry about them. I believe they're in TypeScript, but we're not using TypeScript.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Yes. But yes, so we have our 3 states.
Black, white, and empty.
Yep.
And we have our array of arrays, which are 8 arrays.
Mhm.
And do we put like black, white, and empty? Is that the only thing that would be in each of those arrays, or not actually?
You tell me, what else would be in those arrays other than empty, black, or white?
I want to say numbers, but I don't think that's right because I feel like I said that before.
So what would you need the numbers for?
To indicate where the square is on the board.
So I think I see what you're saying. Are you saying like numbers around the outside edges of the board to be like, this is column 1, this is column 2? Or are you saying like numbers in each of the squares?
I would say in each of the squares, so like you'd be like, this is column 1, row 2 square.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So in like if we were doing this in the browser, I think that'd be awesome as just like a little aid. In the terminal, that becomes a real pain in the butt because all of these, basically what's going to happen is you're going to get this 8x8 block of characters, and that's kind of what we're going to get. Like we can put dividing lines and spaces in between there for sure, but if you put the numbers in the squares, it's not like super easy to do that formatting. So what I would recommend is we don't have to make it a part of this because we can print those out. We can print these numbers out later, but I would just put a 1 through 8 at the top and across the side. So then people can go like, okay, this is, row 1, column 3 or whatever, and put their, and like choose that particular spot.
And we would do that by like putting that number like outside the, like with like a template literal outside the array, or how?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. That's one totally good way to do it.
Okay. I didn't think that was going to be right. So.
Yeah. The nice thing is when you're, especially with terminal apps, because people aren't really expecting them to be super formatted and nice, it kind of doesn't really matter how you style them up as long as everything lines up okay.
Okay.
But we can get to that later. Don't worry about the numbers right now. Let's just worry about the game board.
Right. So we're trying to figure out what else would be in the arrays,
if anything.
if any.
Catch me outside. How
Whoa.
about that?
They did the how about that alarm or notification. That surprised me. I was doing my like contemplative, like rubbing my eyes.
Thank you, Born.
Okay. See, I don't feel like you can just put those three things. Because if we just have 8 arrays, that doesn't give us 64, that just gives us 8, right?
It gives, if we have 8 arrays of 8 things, that'll give us the 64.
Oh, you know what? I'm bad at math, I think. So just like an extra variable for like a number.
What do you mean?
So like, I mean, I don't think we should. I don't know if we should like hard code numbers in each of these, or should we like the first one gets number 1, second one gets to number 2, or should we just be like a variable for whatever number is applicable? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So in this case, with 2-dimensional arrays, you don't actually need to number each of the individual spaces because we already have like the index that we can use to get that space. So if we wanted to get the first array, right, you could use index 1. And if you wanted to get the third slot in the first array, you could use index 1, index 3, and you would get that particular spot. Just like how you'd access like the 4th element in a normal array, except that 4th element in this case will be another array.
Wait, another array. Wow, I can't words. Another array of what? Like, of like 1 through 8? No.
Another array of 8 things, 8 spaces.
So like 8 variables.
It's a little tricky to visualize it if you haven't seen it before, but 8 like empty strings or 8 E's or a B, a W, an E, because each one of those slots is going to represent one space on the game board. It's okay. This is hard. This is a college course, like 3 or 4 weeks. Try drawing it out.
I got my little
Look at that.
thing.
Perfect.
Okay. So we're saying we want an array of 8 arrays. Right? This is where I need like a little thing where I draw on the screen, but I don't have that. Maybe someday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess I could probably be doing this on stream. Should I be doing this on stream? This is what I've... Okay. Yeah, you can't see that.
Yeah, write it up in the rules markdown.
On the not actually the paper. I am a very visual person though, so I do need to like see it somewhere. Okay, you're already here. Okay, so we got
Hello.
1, 2, 3. Ooh.
I will admit, this is the most tedious part of doing this, is actually writing it all out.
Why are these partially purple? For me.
I think it's because Markdown is expecting some other stuff.
Oh.
What you can do, I'm gonna type this, and then don't mind me.
What
There
are
you go.
you?
Now it should highlight correctly.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I put 8.
Yes. Yep.
What is the thing that you just did?
So in Markdown, you can add triple backticks and then give it a language, and it's what's called a code block. So now it'll syntax highlight everything inside this code block as if it was JavaScript. So you can write JavaScript code in your Markdown, and it'll syntax highlight it for you. So you don't get those weird, like, half of them are highlighted purple, half of them aren't thing.
Tricky.
Yeah.
Okay. And within each of these, we have the B, W, and E, right?
Yes, but not quite
No.
like that.
Okay.
So inside of each of these, and actually here, let me do this, and this may actually make things a touch easier to see.
Okay.
I'm nothing without Vim. Okay, cool. So we have our grid. So these arrays here are going to represent our playing, like our whole board. Right now, though, we only have, well, we have nothing. There's nothing in these arrays. So it's like having, 8 rows without any actual spaces in them. So now what we want to do is for each of these rows, we want to put 8 blank spaces inside of them.
Hmm. Okay. So like just like empty strings, like 8 empty strings, right? Or
Yeah,
you said
yeah,
any.
that's perfect. Or an E or whatever you would like to put in there. Yep. Empty strings works totally fine.
But it probably would be more visually like makes sense if we did like an E or something.
Yeah. You will probably want to put those E's in strings eventually, just because they're going to be strings.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But yes, I agree. I think that'll work much better. Yeah, Dan, I went with the trailing comma. That's a
4,
PHP
5,
thing.
6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. And I do that in all of them?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess I could have done this more
Yeah,
effectively. There's a sneaky way to do this in VS Code, but I haven't figured out the shortcuts yet, so. Beautiful.
Okay. So it's a little bit kind of squished and elongated. But you see how it looks like a game board now?
Yes.
I mean, as much as it can inside of the code, right? You got to squint a little bit. But right here, we have our game board.
Okay.
Now, there is one piece missing. Well, 4 pieces missing from this game board. Like how we set up a game.
We have to put the black, white, white, black in the middle. So would
Yep.
we have to
So
like
how would
do like that?
exactly like that? That's exactly it.
Okay.
Well, actually not exactly it. The B's and the W's are reversed apparently. I'm looking at the board, but it's
Does
basically
it?
that.
I wonder how much it matters. Maybe it does matter though.
I don't know. I don't actually know how much it matters. I can't imagine a ton, but
It looked better the other way, but that's really doesn't matter, so that's fine.
right. Yeah, at some point we watched a 3-minute video on Othello. We can make the rules whatever we want.
This looks better, but you could also do it with 8 rows of arrays, each with 8 elements, right? Calling the values by rows and columns with this syntax is much cleaner. 8 rows of arrays.
I feel like that's what we're doing, unless I'm misunderstanding. Ah, there.
Okay. Also, this is supposed to be an entire interview, not a take home.
That's why we're going through it right now.
That's why we're going through it right now. Hey, live healthy. Okay. Blood pasted a pasteboard? Well, I don't know what a pasteboard is. What is it? Oh. The same thing we're doing, but it's different with objects, I think. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Static int map. Is that Java?
Is it? I don't know.
I have no idea. I feel like that could represent a million languages.
I'm not working on a take home. I'm actually supposed to be doing this in an interview next week, but I don't know how to do it, so that's what we're doing right now. It's a Java, but the same concept, apparently.
Boom. My one Java class really paying off.
Okay, we got it. This is our game board, and this is what we would put in our code.
Yeah. Yeah, right here you have set up the game board, right? This is how the game should start.
Okay. So we just put that in our node game JS.
That's what I'd do.
I'm
You're
not
welcome to copy it all the way over again or type it all out again. But
I don't understand how these play in. Oh, wait, these are because they're empty. Okay, so that's what you were saying, I think. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
that's what I was trying to say. It's definitely a lot easier to actually like do it. But
Okay.
yeah.
Well,
Now,
they're all little
go ahead.
e's. Wait a second. These have to be little. They have to. Okay. All right. Sorry. Let's move on now that
Perfect. So one thing to keep in mind, and this is mostly just a syntactic thing, where are you storing this? Like, how are you going to reference this array ever again?
Oh, I should probably have it be a variable, huh? Maybe.
Yep.
Okay. So we could say let game board equals.
Perfect.
Beautiful. Work of art.
Work of art.
Okay. So we have the game board.
Yep.
Then we want to get the pieces, I think.
What I would do first, and I'm over here feverishly Googling it because I don't actually know how to do this in Node, although I can imagine it's console.log. I would recommend let's go ahead and print this game board out to the command line. And like make it look nice. Because if we can go ahead and do that now, it'll just make everything so much easier down the line.
I'm doing console.log. Is that what you would do, or would you do something else?
I think so. I imagine that's really the only good way to do that.
Okay, I didn't know if there was like a special thing or something. Okay.
Yeah, for Node, I would imagine console.log is your way to print things to standard out.
Wait, how
which
much?
is what we want.
How are you? Because I'm not. How are you supposed to run it?
So you should just be able to write in your command line node space nodegame.js.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Uh-oh.
Okay. I don't know why it formatted like that, but
Interesting.
granted, this is just printing out the object. What we likely ought to do is loop through all of these and print them out nice and neat. Without like, if you look in the terminal, you've got like the array brackets and like the commas and stuff. We want this to look like an 8x8 game board.
Right.
So we'll just have to do some for loops.
Okay. So if we're gonna some for loops.
Mm-hmm. Because and there may be an easier way to do this in JavaScript that I'm unaware of, or Node that I'm unaware of. But when I was writing things similar to this in like C, we would have to iterate over each element in the array and just print that element out, and then like add a space or like a line in between or something to make a grid.
Everyone,
rather than just like printing out the object.
Doing it bigger doesn't change how it looks. They're saying maybe get Bashwood though or something. JK,
Yeah.
LOL. Okay.
Get bash.
This might not work. Oh no, it looks exactly the same. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So we are likely going to have to print that out then. Manually.
Okay. This is a hard interview, yes. Do I have extension changing output? I don't think so. So I think you just said this to me. Sorry, go on.
Oh, no, go ahead. I was going to respond to a chat, but you go ahead.
Oh, no. I was going to say, I think you said this to me, but I can't remember what it was that you said. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
So
what are you asking about?
So I'm saying, like, if I want to do a for loop, I'm going to... Okay, so for... We would do probably, like, the index And then we would say for each index, console log index. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or the thing at the index, but yeah. And you can also add like a space in between it. You could say like console log, thing at the index space. So that way there's some space between the letters, but you don't have to.
Okay.
We could just get it printing first.
For I equals 0, I is... I never know if it's less than or equal to. Gameboard.length. You breathed in, what was it? What were you trying to say?
So I was gonna say, so the less than versus less than or equal to thing, honestly, the way I typically remember it is that if I'm starting at 0 and I want to go to a certain number, it's always gonna be less than.
Okay.
If I start at 1, it's less than or equal to. That's definitely by no means like how it works. Like it's not a good explanation of how it works under the hood, but that's just a quick semantic for me. I rarely find myself using less than or equal to. So
Okay. So I'll just do
yeah.
that then. Oops. And then I say, would I console log it, or Panzerlink said print it?
I don't know about print.
But
I mean, console log will work. Print may also work. I don't actually know if print is a node.js thing or not.
I don't know.
Everything I'm seeing for outputting to the terminal is doing console.log.
Okay.
So,
oh,
print is Python. Okay. Makes sense.
all right. Let's do this again. We got pranked. Why isn't this working? I feel like maybe...
So, take a look at what you're actually logging here, like in the code.
I'm saying... Oh, okay. All right. That would make sense why I was just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. Right?
Give it a shot.
Okay. I'm not in the right place. Well, it... 2, 3, 4, 5... Okay, there may be 8 in there. I'm not sure.
So, you'll notice there are a few things here that are ever so slightly different. Really, one thing is ever so slightly different. If you look at the output of this latest one, you'll notice that you're printing out 8 arrays. You're not printing out an array of 8 arrays anymore.
Oh.
Right? It's a little tricky to see, but normally there's like a double square bracket at the beginning and a double square bracket at the end. Which would mean, hey, all of these 8 arrays are contained in a big array, which is exactly what this game board is, right? It's 8 arrays contained inside of an array.
So would we want to wrap this in an array in that case?
So we actually don't want it to spit out arrays at all. We want it to go through every individual one of these E's and then the W's and B's, and print that particular character out. So right now, every time you go through this loop, you're printing out this array, and then this array, and then this array, and so on and so on. But what we want is to print out this E, and then this E, and then this E, and so on and so forth, all the way down to this E and this E.
So we wouldn't do
You're on the right track.
nested for loop, would we? We would do nested for loop.
Yeah. So rule of thumb, since this is a 2D array, right? So it's an array nested within an array. So there's 2 levels of array here. If you want to spit out every element there, you'll have to do 2 for loops. If we had like 3D array, where it's like an array inside an array inside of an array, we'd have to do 3 for loops to get at the actual data.
Okay. Interesting. And it would just be like, we would be saying no, we would say, wait a second. And then we need to use a different letter.
Why do you say that?
because we need to use I to grab the other arrays.
Great.
Oh, wait a second. P less than I dot length. I don't know why I picked P, by the way. It just was
P works.
split moment
Whatever makes sense to you.
decision. And then we would console log. Okay. Right?
Try it. See what happens. I'm a big fan of who knows
Uh-oh.
what's going to happen. Let's just run it and see.
It didn't like it. It didn't do anything. It
Okay.
didn't like that.
So take a look again at what you're console logging here. What is I?
It is the previous array. Wait. Yes. I think.
Is it?
Or is it the index number? It's the index number of these arrays. Of the
Mhm.
arrays within gameboard.length.
Right.
So then we can't do I.length because we'd be getting the number .length. But how
Mhm.
are we gonna grab those?
So whenever you want to grab something, you have to basically, you're going to want to start it with game board because you're going to want JavaScript to know, hey, I'm looking at this object and I want to grab the ith row and the pth thing.
Okay.
It's so much harder to say than I thought it was. I was really confident going in, and at the end of it, I'm like, oh, actually, ugh.
Okay, so that's what I would want to do, right? No.
Close. So by saying p is less than gameboard dot or at I, you're saying when p is less than e, or is less than this array rather, which is an undefined. What are you actually trying to measure here?
Oh my goodness. I need to turn my notifications down. Thank you for the follow.
Keep you awake.
I'm like joking on my spit now. Wow. Okay. What am I actually trying to say? I'm saying so grabbing each of these, the index numbers of each of these arrays,
Mm-hmm.
then within those arrays, oh, it'd probably be dot length, right? No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because you want to have like this array, how long is it? Truthfully, we could have probably just done less than 8 for both of these because we know the board is 8 by 8, but this is definitely like a better way to do it. So I'm glad you did this instead of just like, it's 8. Because if you said that, then the interviewer would probably go, what if it was 9? What if it was a variable length? And you would have had to do this anyways.
Okay.
So good job.
Thank you. Okay. The P.
I can't believe you chose P as your
I don't know.
loop variable. I've never seen anyone pick P as a loop variable.
Well, what
ever.
have you seen them pick?
I, J, K, L,
I'm just
X, Y, Z.
okay.
It's such a random.
Fair enough.
It's great. I mean, I love it. It's got character. You know?
It actually
It'll make you stand out.
It was random. That was the thing. I was like, yes, that looks like a good one. I looked it down on my keyboard.
It's like not even in the middle too. It's like off to the edge of the keyboard.
It's all the way over there. Okay. Game board. Okay. But now we can do P. Game board P? Pete? P.
You're gonna have so many clipped moments out of this stream because of that variable. I hope you know that.
Anyway, is that right? I'm not gonna say it again. I guess I could try it.
So, yeah, I was gonna say I'm always a big fan of just giving it a whirl, see what happens.
I swear I'm an adult. All right. Wow. Well, so I don't.
Prank.
Right. So we're getting the same thing as before, which seems strange. I mean, we're getting it a whole lot, right? We're getting it, I would say, probably
An excessive.
many times.
That's true. That's true.
So take a look at what we're doing here. So we're saying, okay, JavaScript, I want to access the game board, which is an array of arrays. And in that array of arrays, I want to access the number associated with P array. So like the first array or the second array or the third array. But we're not telling it which specific cell in that array to access.
I thought that's what I was trying to do with P.
It is. It is. But you're just missing a piece right there. Right at the end of game board. Because what you're saying here is, okay, game board, give me the whole game board and then give me the first row or the second row or the third row. What you want is you want to say, hey, give me the first row, second column. Give me the third row, eighth column.
Can you do? It's not an object, so can you do like .I? Oh no.
Close. You can do the array notation though. So like brackets I, brackets P.
You can do that?
Oh yeah.
Oh wow. I didn't know you could do that.
Multi-dimensional arrays. Heck yeah.
So this is saying, within the game board, go to the the ith number FML, and then within that array, the pth element. Okay, all right. I don't regret my decisions at all.
That is exactly what you're saying. Give it a whirl. See what happens.
Catch me outside. How about that?
How about that?
How about that?
Wow. Well, it is grabbing each individual one, but it is ugly.
It is a little ugly. So, this is the weird thing about console log. Whenever you do a console log, it automatically puts the output on a new line, which is typically great. But in this very specific circumstance, that's really annoying because we want the first 8 to be on the first row and the second 8 to be on the second row and so on and so on and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a few options that we can do here. But how would you get all of these first 8 onto the same row?
I remember you saying something about putting like a space. Maybe something along those lines. Like,
yes, but even if you still put a space, like you put, game board IP space, you would still get one on each line. So we need some way to do a single console.log for every row that has all of the values inside of it.
Okay. I'm not exactly sure how to go about this. So
there's a handful of things we can do. Apparently, I did just do a quick Google, and I think Node does indeed have. So there's the answer that I was going to say, but the Node purists in chat may have yelled at me. But apparently there is a. Here, I'll send it to you. Apparently, ta-da! Stack Overflow. There is a process.standardout.write function we can call that will put it on the same line. What we could also do is we could also have a variable, excuse me, that we just concatenate onto. We concatenate all the E's in the first row onto, and then we print it out after. Excuse me, after you've concatenated all of them. So like we would have a variable that gets set in the outer for loop. That is just an empty string. And then every time we iterate through this inner one, we can just say, okay, stick that E on there, stick that E on there, stick that W on there. And then after we're done iterating through, we can print out that whole string.
Okay.
I know that was a lot.
So you're saying let row
Yeah.
equal empty string.
Yep.
And then within here, say row dot. Wait a second. Actually, wait, no. Row dot concat, right? No.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, you can just use the plus sign. That's what I would go for.
Wait. Row plus p.
I think it's going to be plus equals. I think you can do that in JavaScript. So it's basically saying concatenate whatever's on the right-hand side onto the string and then save it back into row. Otherwise, you'd have to do like row equals row plus whatever else.
We
But
can't.
what are we actually sticking on the end there?
Well, yes. Did that fix the problem? No.
So what is P?
P is the element. I can change it. The element
Step now.
number, like
Right.
the index number.
Right. So by concatenating the index number onto there, row is going to look like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So why? Okay. So wait. So maybe this actually.
Okay.
Because that gave us the thing we wanted. Very
Yeah.
ugly,
Right.
but
Yep. Because we're saying, hey, give me the game board, give me the I numbered row and the P numbered column, and you get this or this or this.
and we can console out roll. I couldn't say
Yeah.
roll. Thank
Roll. See what happens.
Woohoo! Wow. Pyramids.
Okay. We're getting closer. Looks a little strange, doesn't it?
A little bit, just a little bit.
Do you know what's going on here?
It's still doing line by line, but it's adding each subsequent element to it.
Mm-hmm. So you are absolutely on the right path. This is just in the wrong spot.
Well, you can't. Well, oh, it would be outside of it. Okay, like here.
Because we only want to print it once per row. And so this for loop here, I'll let you paste it first. This for loop here, the one on line 12, that corresponds to every row. This for loop corresponds to every column. So if you want to do something on every column, you do it in here. If you want to do something on every row, you do it outside here.
Oh, and you can kind of see. Well, I can't say words. You can kind of see that column-wise, sort of, with this pyramid thing.
Yeah, I mean the last console log of each of those iterations, if you put them all together, you have your grid.
Let's try it.
Let's do it.
Wow.
We have a grid. Look at that. Look at that. That's awesome. That's huge.
And my brain here is like, we should be like, yeah. But my brain's like, weeby. Eepwee.
Should make that an alert sound.
Eepwee.
Somebody clip that and bring it up over and over again.
That is a lot of work for so little payoff. Well, see what Mavi wrote? Well played with the P. And the... I also hope this job is doing
Give Mavi a raise.
Okay. It only took us like over 2 hours to get here, but like we are here. Also, how long can you go for?
Typically I end at 11, but I'm feeling good, so we're golden.
Which would be right now.
2 more minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
But no, we got plenty of time.
Okay. Well, please let me know when you're like, okay.
Yeah.
Good luck.
You'll see me start to like drool. You see my brain like draining out of my ears. That's about the time when I should stop.
Or will you just be laughing hysterically about the pizza number?
That's gonna happen anyways. We're adults here, right?
Very adult. Wow. Oh, I got a drink. Okay.
I feel like I drink so much more liquid on stream than any other time during day. Maybe this is like a streamer nose thing, like streamer thirst or something.
Streamer thirst, streamer nose, streamer ears. Ah, bruh.
Sorry, made you think about it.
Okay. I always do like funny faces too, because like if you like scrunch your nose, maybe it, like makes it less itchy. I don't know. It doesn't actually work, but I do it anyway, so that's cool.
I mean, fair.
Okay.
So, good news. If you hop back over to your rules markdown file, you can check off 2 of those steps.
Wow. I don't know how to write a check mark, but X.
I don't really know either, but yeah, that'll do. So there's actually, so you can actually do what is it?
Oh yeah, the this
that thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Smart. Do it. Nike.
Glad you copied that because I definitely almost deleted it.
I think you have to put space. I don't know if you have to put spaces in. You may have to put spaces in it.
With the X, you don't need a space.
Oh, you don't need
Without
space.
the X, you do, I think.
Okay.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, God, VS Code. I'll learn one day. Don't mind me just adding
Beautiful.
checkboxes to your stuff. Oh, no.
Apparently you drink a lot because of Melody's influence.
That's probably true. That's probably very true.
I'm almost
He's
done.
all like, be healthy, take breaks. And I'm like, no. Kidding.
You
Definitely
know
take breaks.
what will make you drink more, though? If you get the little, like, Powerade or Gatorade packets from the store and put it in your water, and then you'll drink way more. That's what I do.
I should. I drink an absurd amount of tea throughout the day to, like, stay awake. So, it's basically water. Just, like, leafy, rotteny water.
Boiled leaves.
Really selling it.
Here's Melody. Melody was in here earlier. They stream, and I guess they hang out with you a lot, Alex?
Yeah, she's my mentee. So
a mentee.
we do this week by week.
Wow.
Yeah, ton of fun. All around great person. Go follow her. Sorry, I'm shouting people out in your stream.
No, that's
for
fine.
my stream.
OD Dev.
She did 100 devs for a while, and she's still gonna use the resources and stuff, but she's actually starting a different boot camp. I won't say much more than that because I don't know how much she said other than that on Twitter, but yeah, she's great. Keep up with the stuff she's doing. She's big things gonna come from her. Thoughts on tacos? Great, fantastic, love them.
Interesting. Have you talked about tacos before, or was this just
Nope.
random? Okay.
Totally random. I think. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Beginning pieces come from the 30 pieces. So now we need to set up 30 pieces, no 60 pieces.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess.
No.
I guess 60 minus 4, right? Because we already have 4 pieces on the board.
Right. Okay.
So.
Wait a second. If it's a 64-piece board, how does that work? How can all of them ever be full?
Oh, wait, that's a really good point. Maybe it is 60 pieces except for that. I swore he said it was, you take those from 60. Maybe not. Okay, great. Everyone gets 30 pieces. Boop. Nope, I said 20. There you go. Fix it for you.
Okay. Have to see if the people who actually played this game in chat, if that's actually the case. But I feel like that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that would be math. That was math, right? Like, clearly math not our strong suit. So
Quick
at least
maths.
not mine.
It's not mine either.
Maths, as the Brits would say.
Maths.
Maths.
Dan wrote, so 4 plus 60 equals 64. Really?
Thank you, Dan. Dear sweet heavens.
Thanks for the follow, Jupiter. Firewall wants to know what your corgi's name is.
Leia. Oh, and she's
Speak
awake.
of the
Hang on.
devil. There you go. Let's see Leia.
Leia, come here. Hi, can I pick you up?
Now I have to make it bigger so y'all can see the dog. There you go.
Oh. Hi, I got you. There we are. Very much wants to go back
Oh no,
to bed.
I'm cutting the corgi off. Wait, you should lift her
no.
up by your face. There you go.
This is Leia. Say hi. Hi. Oh gosh, hello. Hi. She's very cute.
She's
Very
like,
much wants to go back to bed. Okay.
I'm done. Thank you. Bye. The streamer
She like,
life.
very begrudgingly got up.
The streamer life chose you, Alex, not her.
Yeah, Oh, hi. Yeah, now I know. Now you want. Now she's like, okay, you picked me up. Do I get a treat? I'm like, no, you're already way overweight. The vet's like, you really need to stop feeding her. I'm like, but she's so cute.
But corgis are plump.
They are little bread loaves. Anyways, I could go on forever.
Okay. So now we need to give. Oh, wait a second. I changed the screen so they could see a bigger dog.
All right.
Okay, now we're back.
Good.
Yes. So how do we set up these pieces? I guess maybe we would end up doing like a pop push sort of thing, maybe?
So this is where we can take some shortcuts on how the game would actually work.
Okay.
So like in real life, yes, you would absolutely have like an array effectively, right, of 30 separate pieces, and you would like take one off that array, and put it on a different array. But since this is digital, that's all kind of happening behind the scenes, we can actually just use a number to say how many pieces the person has left, because that's really all we care about. How many pieces somebody has left, not necessarily like which piece they put where, if that makes sense.
We care how many pieces they have left for the end of the game. Right? Okay.
Right. Yep.
Okay. So, shortcut that counts. How many we have left.
Yeah. Yep. Because we're going to need to know how many pieces black has left and how many pieces white has left.
So, would we like set like a variable equal to like a number 30 for each of those, or no?
That's what I'd do. Nice and easy. I'm sure there you could like put it in an object and like just black pieces and white pieces, and there you go, done. Firewall, no, I've never made this game before. Rufio and I literally watched a 3-minute video to learn how to do it, and that's as much insight as we have.
Yep. I mean, we are basing our logic on the game rules from what we understand of them, and we think we've thought through them pretty well.
Yes. I guess we could have always looked up like an actual list of the game rules, but whatever. This is more fun. This is critical
Oh
thinking.
my
at its
goodness,
finest.
I guess we could have done that, huh?
Yeah.
Too late now.
Oh well.
Okay, so we can say let black pieces maybe be descriptive 30. Let white pieces equal 30. Okay. Now we have our pieces.
Yeah. So congrats. Number
Thank
3
you.
is done.
Thank you. I'm
See,
talented.
now we're flying through these because we wrote all this out first.
What is the lesson here? Now I say black goes first.
Yep. So taking that to be a little more abstract, what piece of information do we have to know in order to figure out what color piece is going onto the board on that given turn?
Wait, what information do we have to know whose turn it is?
Yeah. I know it sounds really stupid, but like in the code, like what would we need to know there?
Well, oh, I guess if it's the first turn, maybe.
Right? Yep. So turn. So I guess how are you going to tell whose turn it is? Like in the code, what piece of data will you need to, like, what will you have to write as far as the code goes in order to know whose turn it is? Like, what variable are you going to reference?
Probably black and white.
Okay.
Or player, actually. Player. Wait, no. Yes. Is that what we decided so we didn't have to do, like, specifically one or the other, maybe? Right?
Yes, we said it somewhere. Yeah, player places a piece. Mm-hmm.
So we would need player. And can we say let player equal black,
Balk.
or white? You can't do that, can you?
No, although that would actually be very close to something in TypeScript, so maybe you're born for TypeScript. Um, so what we need here is less of like, I mean, player works, but you can think of this as current player.
So player one, well, current player.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Because every time we go back through the game loop, we have to know who's about to put a piece down.
If current player is equal to black, then, or white, though we can't do the thing that I'm trying to do.
So
player one and player two, black and white, or no?
any and all of those would work, but you only need to assign this to one person because whoever this is assigned to right out of the gate, that's who's going to go first, right? Because that's what the player variable is going to be assigned to and that very first loop iteration.
And then we can just say the opposite maybe for the other, like just then the opposite. So it'd have to be black.
Yep. I would make that a string too because we don't have a black variable right now. There you go, just to save you some compiler errors.
Okay. Let player equals black. And then I guess that would take care of black goes first, right?
Yeah, because remember, everything in here, this is all our setup. We are currently just setting up the world that we're going to play this game in. And in this world, the black player goes first.
Okay. Is it a two-player game or player versus computer? I don't think we thought about that. Does that matter?
No, I would at least start with making a two-player, unless you want to go ahead and write like an AI for the computer into this too. But
Right.
maybe we should get the game working first.
What? No, I'm thinking we should jump to the AI.
Hey, I mean, your stream. You tell me what to do. I'm just happy to be here.
I'm happy you're here too. This has been good so far. Fun.
Good.
Okay, that was harder than it needed to be. Okay, I've checked it off, and then we say, check all the places that are valid to place a piece in. Okay.
Yes. So, I will say, before we dig into this,
Okay.
we do have to set the game loop up.
Wait, why?
So right now, we don't actually have anything that's looping, right? So when we use the term the game loop, we use it because it's literally in code a loop that keeps going until a very specific end condition is met.
Okay.
Because otherwise we'd have to type out like, okay, black's turn, do all this sort of stuff, white's turn, do all this stuff, black's turn, do all this stuff, and we don't know how many turns the game is going to have. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So you're saying we would have to do like 6, 7, and 8 before 5. Right?
Well,
No.
not even that. Like these are all in the right order, But what we have to do is we actually have to make a loop for
Oh.
5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 to live in.
Okay.
Because otherwise it'd only happen once.
And now I have to decide what loop we use. I've never used a while loop, so I can't remember exactly why you would use those.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to say a for loop just because I've used that the most, but
So let's talk about the end condition. I know we're jumping way ahead, and this seems really strange. What happens to stop the game loop? Like, what is the trigger?
if the board is full or there are no more possible moves, which actually are the same thing. If there are no more possible moves.
Good catch. That's awesome. That's a really good catch. Yeah. So basically, if there are no more possible moves, that's fantastic.
Okay.
So, how do we know when that happens? Broadly speaking, not even necessarily in the code, but like, how would we, like, if you and I were playing in person, how would we look at the board and say, okay, we're done now?
Well, if the board is full or
Okay.
if we can't place pieces according to the rules or we run out of pieces, maybe.
If we run out of pieces, the board should be full, I think.
Yeah, okay.
So, but yes, those two were totally right. If the board is full, great. If there's 64 pieces on the board, we're golden. Or, like you said, if there's no more valid moves. How many turns is that going to take? The end goal, the end of the game.
Can we say that? Like,
Can we?
I mean, I guess it would have to be like a variable. We couldn't say like it would be this like this amount of terms specifically because we wouldn't actually know that. I think.
Right. Like in starting a game. So right now, as the board sits, can you look at that and say, "Yep, this is going to take 58 turns"?
No, but I could say
Okay.
this takes X amount of turns.
Okay. So if we don't know what the end condition is, like we know what it is, but if we don't know when the end condition is going to happen, what loop should we use?
That's where I need to know my loops better.
See, this is why this is a really, I like this. I'm gonna steal this and have junior devs do this. This is really good.
I mean, I'll put
Watch out, Melody. Here this comes.
Melody, are you watching this?
Better study up.
Okay, I feel like I need to remember specifically what each loop does. So, for loop says for every time that this runs condition. A while loop says while this condition is prevalent, run. So probably like Mavi said, the while, because while it is not ended, do this.
Perfect. Perfect explanation of that too. This is, in my mind, one of the very few occasions while loops make sense. Because we don't know when it's going to end, but when it does end, we want it to stop.
Right. Okay. I haven't ever written a while loop, so that's
okay.
interesting.
They're so easy. They do have a habit of causing infinite loops if you forget to actually end the condition, but we can bail out of those. Those are easy.
While condition. So while not, well, so we could say like let, I don't know if this is what I'm supposed to be doing. End condition, and then while not end condition.
Yeah.
Do stuff.
That's perfect. We now have run it. Well, I guess first we actually have to set end condition to something. Otherwise, it's going to be like, it's not going to do anything.
Like, well, end, okay, what would we set that to? While end condition is well, would it be equal to 0? No. Because there's
The beauty of the while loop is you can kind of make it equal to whatever you want because you can check for whatever you want inside the while loop. One thing that may be interesting, and this is just an option, I guess really there's a couple things. You could say, you could have a variable called is winner and just see, hey, it's a Boolean. Is there a winner, true or false? You could have a variable called winner and you could set it to undefined or null to start. And then you could set it to black or white depending on who wins. And you could check for that. And there's a lot of different options and it's totally up to you. And there's no wrong way to do it.
Hmm. But so like a Boolean possibly.
Yeah, Boolean could totally work.
Should we say is winner and condition? Probably is winner, maybe.
Typically, especially in languages like JavaScript where you don't have to declare a type, I always love my Booleans to be like is winner or has winner or can do something, right? To where it's like, yes, true. It is true that there is a winner, or no, it is false that there is not a winner. Things like that. Just makes it easier to keep up with.
Okay, that makes sense. So while
Okay.
it is false, then do stuff.
Mm-hmm. So inside that while loop, just write a console.log. Doesn't matter what's in it, but I just want to make sure we're getting inside this while loop. It's always good to test these things little by little.
With important
We are
messages.
Darn right we are.
Okay. I've done this thing where I didn't open this. Oh dear God. I thought we fixed this. Wait a second. Did we fix this? Or is this the while loop? Okay. So it's not doing anything. Oh, because it's false.
Yep.
Wait a second.
So what you're saying here is while there is a winner, do this thing.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I fucked up.
Oh, welcome to your first infinite loop.
Woo.
It's exactly what I wanted to see. I love infinite loops. They're my favorite things.
I'm out. I did the Control C. I freaked out for a
Control
second
C.
though.
The panic. Yep. So, yeah, what you're saying right now is, yep, there is a winner right from the get-go. Which is not necessarily true unless you really don't believe in your abilities in playing Othello, which you already won, so you're clearly good enough to win.
Wow. It was an interesting moment in my life. Doesn't ever use a while loop. Gets an infinite loop first time.
That's perfect.
Uses a while
That's exactly what we want.
loop. We wanted an infinite loop.
Yeah, you have to have one, because if you have it now, you won't have one later, right? You're always bound to have a infinite loop somewhere in your code if you use a while loop, so it's better just to get it out of the way.
Okay. I feel like that's normally like something that's said about other things. I can't remember what they are, but
Like lightning strikes twice.
maybe. Everyone needs to be struck by lightning at least once, so just get out of the way. Under the same logic.
Quote of the night. Just get it out of the way. Everyone's going to be struck by lightning.
Everyone goes out in the thunderstorm. Hit me!
Hit me! A Twitch streamer told me to.
I gotta get out of the way!
Oh, gosh.
We are not advocating getting electrocuted, y'all.
No, would not recommend. 0 out of 10. I would come back and check this, though.
What do you mean?
So, remember, what we're doing here, anything outside of this loop is considered setup. So, we said, hey, the black team has 30 pieces, the white team has 30 pieces, the first player is the black player. There already is a winner, is what we're saying here. Is that true? Before we start the game, is there a winner?
No. There isn't actually a winner.
Right. So, what should this be instead?
False. Pranked.
Yeah. You got punked by the truth. And now, just to bring attention back to this, well, remember, we want to go in this while loop. Even though it infinitely looped right there, we do want to go in this while loop.
Wait a second.
Right? Because as long as there is no winner, we want to keep going through the game loop.
Okay, but wouldn't that mean it's true? Because we have because it already has a false value? Like, two falses make it true?
So, okay. So what this is saying, so is winner is false. And false plus negating the false, yeah, is true. So if you false a false, it's true.
Right.
But what we're also saying is, hey, while is while is winner is the opposite of what it currently is. So currently is winner is false. And so
So it
wait.
doesn't do the double negation then, maybe.
Maybe it is too late for me to think. Uh just try it. Just console log something in there and we'll try it. And we can reason through once I see this work.
Oh, this is not an important thing for me to write. Okay, we'll just say double negative. I was gonna go for the whole thing, but
Yeah.
I don't need to do that. Oh dear God, why do I do this twice? Okay, it worked. I mean,
Okay.
it ran, so it does make a positive. No.
Yes.
Yes.
So basically it's saying false is true, and while true will always run. Because basically what a while loop does is it says, hey, anything in these parentheses, as long as it evaluates to something that's more or less true or truthy in JavaScript, we will run. So is winner is false. So if we didn't have the exclamation point, this would just skip over it because false is not true. But because we're saying the opposite of false, which is true, it will run.
Okay. So this does not. Well, this does not seem like what we want, though, right?
Why?
Because we don't want it to be true.
So we're not setting it equal to true. We're just saying, hey, the thing that the expression inside of these parentheses will evaluate to true in order to run this. What you could do then is you can come in here and say, like, is winner equals true, right? Because then when this circles back around, we're going to say, hey, true, what's the opposite of true? Oh, it's false. Don't run this while loop again.
But we wouldn't put all the code that has, like, we wouldn't put all of our game code in here, though, because it doesn't happen when it's true, right? No.
Run that by me again.
So this whole condition is, hey, guess what? There's a winner. So it should run our end conditions, right?
No, so this is our game loop. This here is our game loop. And so we want this to run while there is not a winner, which is what we're saying here. We want it to run while there is not a winner.
Well, what happened to the whole double negative thing?
So it's a double negative because this is false. This
Right.
is winner variable is false. And then this exclamation point makes that false into true.
Right.
And while loops only run if everything inside of the parentheses evaluates to true.
Oh. Okay. So if we put stuff inside that didn't evaluate to true, it wouldn't run.
Right. So if you did something like false, this would never run.
Oh, but so then, wait a second. We would want it to run to a certain extent.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And that certain extent is
Run to the point where the end of the game?
yeah, the end condition. So that's why we wrote out the end condition ahead of time, because that's what we're going to check at the end of every single turn to see, hey, has the end condition been satisfied? If it has, break out of the loop. Nobody has any more turns. Like, drop your pieces. We're done.
Okay.
So it is a touch confusing, but the end condition will actually evaluate inside of the game loop as well, because we have to in order to stop the game loop. Basically, the only thing that happens outside of the game loop is the setup.
Okay. Okay. I think I get it mostly, maybe.
Okay. One thing I'd recommend,
What?
just to prevent having to go through infinite loops over and over and over again, you can go ahead and set is winner equals true inside of the loop, and then just write all of your code above that statement. So then we can make sure the code works for a single turn, and then we can try it on multiple turns.
Like that.
Yeah. So as long everything you write above here will still happen. So we can have black take their first turn, we can flip stuff over, we can do all that, but then we don't have to worry about like going off into an infinite loop spiral somewhere.
Mm.
And then once we're ready for white to have their turn, we can remove this, and then we can do all of the turn stuff over and over and over again. This
Okay.
is kind of that idea of breaking things into small modules, right? So we built the setup great. We made the game loop. The game loop now works. Now we're going to do a single turn. If we can make it work on a single turn, can we make it on 2 turns? Can we make it work on n number of turns? Things like that.
Okay. All right. Well, let's do it then.
Yeah.
So then we do this, the check the places, right?
Yes. So this admittedly is there's a lot of potential algorithms we could use here. I know we talked about it kind of at the beginning of the stream. We were going through this.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were to take a step back and like look at our little game board here,
Mm-hmm.
how would you go about figuring out what spaces are able to be like played?
Wait. How would I figure out? Okay, what spaces would be able
Right.
to play? I would
Yeah.
say.
So if we were playing this game,
Uh-huh. I would say if I can sandwich at least one piece in the row, column, or directional, or what is it called? The diagonal 8 something way,
yeah.
then I can play.
Okay.
I don't know how you would do that in code though. Like indicate directions.
So this is where it's fairly interesting, because what we can do, I guess Dan actually has a good comment in the chat for a first step. First thing is you have to make sure that the space is empty, right? So when we go to check, the first thing we'll check is, hey, is the space empty? After that, what we can do is, since we have this 2-dimensional grid, so we have this game board IP or whatever, we can swap out I and P with specific numbers in the same way we're doing it here, right? We're iterating through and we're saying like 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, on and on and on and on. And for each of them, we can check plus and minus around it. So we can say like, hey, is there something to the right? And if it's empty, it's not a valid space. Or if it's our color, not a valid play.
But
if it, go ahead.
If it's a different color, that doesn't necessarily guarantee that it's a valid play either.
Right. But it does mean that, hey, we should go check the next one too. Because it might be a valid play. There's the option for it to be a valid play.
Okay. Y'all,
So
wait a second. Y'all, I don't know what the extension is that gives me the white boxes and my VS Code, but if you do exclamation point VS Code, you should get all the extensions I use. Okay, sorry, go on. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. So typically I would solve something like this using what's called recursion. Have you worked with recursion before?
Yes. A long time ago.
Yeah. So recursion is really good for this sort of stuff. I'm sure there is a way to do it with for loops. And we are totally able to do that, because I think we're going to have to, in order to do with recursion, that's something that I think will take longer than just today to get that all working.
Mm-hmm.
But that's up to you. We can certainly go the recursion path if you'd like.
I mean, I think it's the more optimal solution, right?
I would say so. Some people really like for loops though. Like that's definitely a valid Simply a valid way to go.
Okay.
Um,
Well, so recursion is, as far as I remember, you're calling the function within the function, right?
yeah, pretty much. It's the same in the same sort of vein that you're doing a while loop. You're basically calling this function until an end condition is met, in which case you return, and then it returns back through all the functions you had called.
I was listening to that, but like I didn't absorb it. Can you say that one more time?
Okay. Yeah. So when you're doing recursion, what you're doing is you are calling a, like you said, you're calling a function inside of a function.
Okay.
But like a while loop, at some point you have to have an end condition that stops you calling
Oh,
that function.
right, yeah,
Otherwise, you have an infinite loop again.
right, yeah.
So we will have to figure out what that end condition is.
Okay.
But I think it may be worth just starting with the bits we know of how we know it's not a valid square.
Okay. So
May be good to write these down too. You
yeah.
can just like write them in a comment or something, or in the rules. Either place will be just fine.
So not a valid square if it is full, or it is full. Hey G1, thanks for follow, also Masticator. Y'all, make sure you follow Alex as well. Or even if it's empty, it has to be in proximity to a thing of the opposite color, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Remember, we're just seeing what would make it not a valid square.
So it's not valid if it is next to your color.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's more, I think, isn't there? Not valid.
Yep.
If
So you were on the right path with what you were just saying.
so if it's next to your color, or if it's empty, what was I just saying?
So you were saying in the positive way how it would be a valid square. You were saying, oh, if it was next to something, a piece of the other color. But just in our terms, like don't even think about the code. In our terms, how do you know if a move is valid?
If I
I know I'm
can,
switching it a little bit because we're doing not valid, but trust me.
if
Drank.
drank. Okay, I didn't know if I actually got a drink. My water's empty, so it is valid. It is a valid move if you have a piece of the opposite color and one of your pieces on the other side of that piece, or like a series of that piece. So it's next to your color, or it's, my brain is trying to translate that to the opposite, but that's not what you asked.
You can do the opposite. That's fine too. We just had a term we were throwing around for how we would know a move was good.
Valid.
It would
Be valid.
well, yes, but like it would it was a verb. I don't know if it's very helpful.
If it were valid, then it would be verb. Empty. If it's sandwiched.
Drank.
That's the one.
Okay. What do I want to do with this word?
So that's how we know that it's a valid move. It sandwiches one or more of the other team's colors.
So if it doesn't sandwich,
Then it's invalid.
or if it doesn't sandwich opposite color. Right?
Right. Yes.
And
If it doesn't say yes. If it doesn't sandwich opposite, yes.
okay.
So the first two of those, very easy to figure out.
Right.
So let's go ahead and just get that written. If we can figure those out right off the bat, you're good to go.
Okay. So how are we grabbing each of these?
Each of these. Oh, the squares.
Yeah.
Well, the nice thing is you actually have already done that.
So could I just grab row? Wait. No. Row P.
So this for loop, once you're out of it, all of these variables, row, game board, I, and P, all of them, they're out of scope. You can't access them again.
Okay. Okay.
So you can actually just use the for loop again.
Within it. Valstrom said it can be valid even if it's next to your color. It just needs to sandwich. So then that means that the next to your color thing doesn't work, right? Okay, I thought I copied that and I didn't.
Right. So it's next if it's only valid. So I guess I have to rephrase. It's valid if it passes. Obviously, if the square is full, it's invalid. Or if it's next to your color, like on all sides. So I guess what we really have to do here is we have to say when you put this game piece down, in order for it to be valid, it has to be valid in one of the directions it could possibly go. So you have to look all the way around the piece and say, is there a valid sandwich on any side? Because you could have your piece next to another color of your own piece as long as it's sandwiching something in a different direction.
Okay.
So, for example, this is probably not going to be the super easiest thing in the world to see, but say we're black, right? So we have a black piece here, a white piece here. This move right here, putting a black piece right there, would be a valid move, even though it is already next to another black piece because we're sandwiching this white one on the diagonal.
Okay.
So we will have to check around all the sides for a valid move. But you could start off by saying if it's full, we can just go ahead and skip it. Right,
Okay.
because if there's already a piece on that square, it's never going to be a valid move regardless.
So we could say if game board IP is equal to B or W, then it is not. No, well, then it is not valid. No, I don't feel like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
You could also just say if it's equal to E, because we know that if it's equal to E, it is valid. So you can say, hey, if it's
Empty.
or excuse me, if it's not equal to E, it's an invalid square. Which is the same as saying if it's equal to B or W, just fewer characters.
If it's not equal to E, then it is invalid. And that would have to be within this very inner for loop, right? Or no?
Yes. Because we need to make sure that particular tile is okay.
So if game board I or P is equal, I learned this before. Does it need to be 2 or 3? It needs to be one of the two.
You are putting this in the wrong for loop. You want to go
Right.
down here.
But okay. Wait, where are
Because
you?
remember, this is our setup. This is in our
You
game
know
loop.
what? You're right. I definitely was in the wrong place. Okay. All right. I was trying to highlight something earlier and I kept copying the wrong thing. And I couldn't figure out why because I had highlighted the whole thing. It's because you had highlighted the whole thing and I thought you were me. It was a good moment in my life.
Oh, that's so confusing. Yeah, this weird Google Docs style of coding is very strange. I'm going to be honest.
Okay, if
Just not hipper with it, I guess.
is equal to E, then oh, I got a posture check. Wow. Okay. Okay. All right. Then, well, you wouldn't return invalid, right? You just no, you would return invalid. False. Else. Wait a second. I'm not writing this right. False. Else true. Right? No.
Well, so what are you trying to do here?
So I'm trying to say if it is empty, then you can't go there. But if it isn't, then you can. So I would have to probably say something if then something is false. Wait a second. Do we have anything that indicates that?
So one of the things we're doing here by checking to make sure that a move is or isn't valid is we are going to want to be able to give the user feedback if they try to play a move that's invalid, right? We don't want to let them do that. So we have to store somehow where the valid moves are.
Okay. So maybe we should have like let move equal like some boolean. And then we could have it not actually be a ternary and or maybe a ternaries can have multiple like it could be false and you could console like you can't do that or something.
So not only are we going to want to make sure that one square, that we keep track of that one square, we have to keep track of all of the squares, whether they're valid or invalid, as well as where they're located, right? Because even if we're like, yeah, there are 5 places that are available for you to put this disk, we have to make sure we know as the program where those spots are. Because if we don't, there's no way for us to say that is or is not a valid location to play a disk.
So, wait a second. So you're saying we have to know the value of like all the surrounding elements of the element?
So less about like the surrounding and all that, but we will need to go through each one and figure out like what is around it and all that. But at the end of the day, once we do that, we need to figure out like, is this particular E valid? Is this particular E valid? Is this particular E valid? Things like that. And so we'll need to know the position of the E in the grid. Because if we say, hey, this E on what is that? 3, 3, 4 at 3, 4 is valid, but 2, 4 is not. And somebody tries to play 2, 4 and we haven't marked which ones are and aren't valid, we're just not going to know if that particular space is or isn't valid.
Okay.
So this is a big problem to have to solve. One thing we can do is we have this piece of logic, right? We have this piece of logic we have to solve. We also have number 7, where its player places a piece so that at least one of your opponent's pieces are flipped over. For the moment, we can assume that players will only play valid moves if you'd like that. And you could move on to how do we tell like what pieces to flip over. Those are the 2 really big problems we have to solve. And you can solve either one of them first. but they're both going to kind of relate to each other, right?
The two things being valid or invalid.
What do you mean the two things?
So you're saying there are two things we can check, like whether if it's like invalid or valid. So like one way you could go is like, okay, so if it's valid, then X, Y, Z. And the other thing that we need to do is if it's invalid, then X, Y, Z, right? And we have to pick which one we do first.
So I'm backing away from the validity question for a moment
Okay.
and saying we have two questions we really have to answer in this game loop.
Okay.
One, how do we determine if something is valid and invalid? And two, how do we actually in the code place a piece and then flip all the pieces in between?
Oh, okay.
So those are your two problems that you have to solve. We can do either one of them first. Admittedly, the checking whether things are valid or not is not like the most base path we could go, because we could say, hey, assume everyone is going to play valid moves all the time. And you could effectively skip the checking all the places are valid, and you could just do the placing logic. But eventually you'll have to come back and do the checking logic anyways, if that makes sense.
Yeah. The checking the validity logic.
Yeah. It's not necessary to actually get the game running and working. So if your goal is let's just get this running and working, we can skip this for the moment and then come back to it.
I feel like, I mean, we could do that, but I feel like, I don't know if you've seen it in my streams with Peter, but Peter's like start with like the cases in which it, like the error cases first, and then if it is successful, then do that code. So I feel like that makes more sense with like, okay, is it invalid? To start there.
Okay, great. I just want to let you know there's other options too if you're feeling hung up on this and you want to jump to something else.
Okay.
Also, Token said, this is hard as shit. Yeah, absolutely. Literally, one of the things I was Googling is there are literal academic papers written about this game, like programming academic papers. So like this is building the game is not like a PhD level problem, but like it is a high level coding problem that they've given you because of all of this stuff. You have to know all of these different pieces of how algorithms work in order to do it. So this is supposed to be hard, so don't worry too much that it's tricky.
Huh. Interesting. Papers. Yeah. Wow. All right.
So we are working on checking whether or not a spot is valid.
Right.
So kind of back to what I was saying again. I'll try to explain it a little better because I think I'm not quite all there at the moment. But what we want to do is for every single one of these spaces, we want to note down where the space is and whether or not it's valid.
Well, we want to know what and then if it's valid?
Where the space is.
Oh, where the space is.
Mm-hmm. Because if we don't know where the space is and somebody goes to put a piece down on the board, we're not going to know whether or not the space that they choose is valid or not.
Okay.
Right? So one thing you can do, this is not super space efficient, but it's easier to reason through, is that we can actually make a duplicate of the game board that solely exists to say, yes, this is valid, or no, this is not a valid space.
But if we have two, then if it like updates, it would only update in one of those places, right?
Yep. So the duplicate one is what we would call a read-only grid. So we would never actually, well, we would update it. Eventually, we would have to update it, but effectively, we would never be putting actual game data on that grid. We would just be putting whether or not the space is valid. Because if we had a second grid, I'll just type it up here, valid board. I don't know why I'm not just copying this.
Lazy.
I know, I'm so lazy. So if we had this, right, what we could do is, why is the formatting all off? That's very strange. Okay, sorry. What we could do is instead of saying, yes, this is empty or white or black, we could say like valid, invalid, invalid. Oops, that was bad. Invalid, valid, things like that. Why did I? Oh gosh, VS Code. Valid. I just like deleted something. Valid. There we go. Either way, we could just say, hey, this is valid here, this is invalid here, and so on and so on. And then when somebody goes to play a move on the game board, say at like this first row, second column, we then can look at our valid board and check and say, oh, nope, that's an invalid square. I know because we wrote an I there because we iterated through this whole board and checked every square if it was valid or not. So the board would effectively look like, why is it so difficult? Okay, can I do, is it control? Oh, it is control D. Aha. Give me all of the E's. All of them.
Wait, what does Control D do? Wow.
Multi-cursor select. Yeah, super handy. All right, so if we were black, this is a valid move. This is a valid move. That's a valid move. And that's a valid move, which makes this invalid. 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 So that's what the board would look like to start.
Hey, that's the thing that it showed me when I was playing.
Right. So what you looked at, those circles, that was exactly what we're doing in this step, except we're not showing it to the user.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, what do we do with that then? Because we have to update it at the same time.
Right.
Nodding, but am I understanding? I'm working on it.
Yeah. This is definitely more of a visual thing, so it might take a bit. But what do we do with this? So and again, this is just one way we could possibly do this. But what we could use this valid board for is purely a reference. So when somebody punches into the console, hey, I want to put a piece at, row 1, column 2, before we actually go and change this to a B or a W, we can check row 1, column 2 of this identical map, or excuse me, grid. And we can say, hey, this is an I, this is invalid. We're not going to let you place anything on the actual board.
Okay.
Or, hey, this is valid. Yeah, sure, we'll let you place it there, and we'll put the piece down and flip all the stuff as needed.
Okay. So
this is a data structure, a data type. I guess data structure is more correct in computer science, called parallel arrays. In our case, it's parallel 2-dimensional arrays. But the idea is you have 2 arrays that contain data that are related based on the position the data is in the array.
okay.
So these 2 things have nothing in common except for the fact that like this is 0, 0, this is 0, 1, this is 0, 2, as are all of these up here.
Sorry. I had a cockatoo like drowning you out for a second there. What did you say?
So these parallel arrays, they're related because of the indices. So the data inside of them are related because, hey, they just happen to be in the same spot.
Okay.
So this empty square happens to be invalid, and we know that because they're in the same spot in these identically sized arrays. Or like this one here, this valid, which is what, 4, 3. We know that this spot is valid. This E right here is valid because the corresponding spot says it is.
Okay. Parallel arrays.
Yeah. It's a fancy schmancy computer science term for storing things in 2 separate arrays. We could do this all in one array, but you'd be like nesting more stuff, and that just seems like seems like not worth it.
Okay. I'm still blanking on how like we're supposed to. So we would say if like the parallel spot in the other array is invalid, then move on to the next thing.
So what we're doing in this check is we're actually filling out this board
Mm,
because this board's going to change every time a piece gets put down,
right.
right? So every time someone is about to play a piece at the beginning of the game loop, we want to say, hey, what spots are they allowed to play a piece in? Because then if they try to play a piece in an invalid spot, we have to be like, yeah, nope, can't do that. Play somewhere else.
Okay.
So we're not actually even to the point where we're going to be changing the game board at all.
Okay. So we would need to change our little thing here to the valid board.
Yeah. And again, this is not that one. Remember, we want to do it in the game loop.
Wow. Wait a second. I'm going to do that again, so I'm going to just say this.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay. Whoa.
Yeah, this is just one way we can do this, but it should work for the time being.
But Gorge wants to know why you say parallel arrays instead of matrices.
Force a habit. The data structure is technically a one-dimensional array, right? So it's a parallel array. Parallel matrices, parallel grids, it's all kind of the same idea.
When will we stream again? Either like this or separately? I don't know. We're not going to finish this tonight, I think.
No. This is a beefy piece of code to write in a couple hours. I couldn't do it. I don't think I could write this code in 2 hours. But it's good. We're learning a ton.
We are learning a ton. Okay. Valid board.
Yes.
So, if it is, this is why I keep getting messed up, because this is all the way up here. Maybe we'll put it above the while
Oh, yeah.
loop.
Yeah, you definitely don't have to declare that up there if you don't want to.
Okay. So, we say while it is like I, then it's false. But did we like this logic in the first place? No.
So this board, the way it's set out, is mostly an example. Realistically, all of these are going to be empty to start with because we don't know whether things are valid or invalid yet.
Ooh. Okay.
This was mostly just for example's sake. Oh god, I just dragged an I. Why can I drag characters? VS Code. Why can I drag characters? That makes no sense. Ah.
I couldn't tell you. I don't know all the secrets yet.
I'm so bitter. Next stream, Rufio learns Vim.
But how do we share it in Vim?
There's plugins for that.
Well, damn, now I don't have an excuse.
Yeah. Now you have to learn Vim. It's on stream. Yeah, so when we first start this board, it's going to be 8 rows of 8 blank spaces.
Okay.
And that is because I guess technically first turn we do actually know what is valid. But just to make our logic a little easier, we're just going to assume we don't actually know what squares are and aren't valid at the beginning of a turn because new pieces have been placed. So what we have to do in this for loop, we're going to fill out every square in this thing. You have to say, hey, is this invalid or is this valid?
Oh. So, if it is, so then it would, okay, wait a second. If it is true, then since it was for example's sake, I don't know if this is actually the case, but then we would put V for valid or no?
Sure. Yeah, you can use V for valid. It was purely just my convention, but whatever you want to use. Now, the trick here is this valid board, remember all these spaces are going to be empty. So we don't necessarily want to say that the space, like the data in the space itself, is true. We want to run these checks, all three of these. Well, kind of this one, but really this one and this one.
Okay.
And then if both of those, like if both of our cases pass to where something is a valid square, we'll make it valid. If that makes sense.
Yes. So then this would be something different, I think, then.
Yeah. What might be helpful and what I tend to find helpful is to just write pseudocode in my comments. So like do something and then, do something else
Okay.
instead of doing this. At least for the moment.
People
I did drink some water. I caught the drink. I'll drink it again just
I
for you.
do not
wonderful
have
people.
water in my water bottle. I drank it all. So I have to like literally get up and drink the water. There's nothing in here. I don't know if I want to interrupt us for that. What do we think?
Up to you.
Okay. I'll be back really quick.
Okay.
But I'll leave you up with people. Y'all can ask
Oh, boy.
questions. Wow.
Question
Wait a
time.
second, I picked the wrong thing. God, I'm so mixed up sometimes. Okay, I will be back. Ask Alex all the questions.
Oh dear. What chair and keyboard am I using? Chair, autonomous Ergo Chair 2. Don't recommend it. It's pretty bad. I mean, it was fine for a budget. It's a nice ergonomic chair, but my butt hurts at the end of the day. Keyboard Moonlander, ZSA Moonlander. It looks like this. It's 2 halves. It's wild and it's fantastic. I love it. I have horrible joints in my shoulders and wrists, so this has been fantastic. Thank you, Token. I was about to say, go to my users page. All of my hardware is listed out there. Eventually I'll get around to putting my software stack on there, but I just haven't yet. Firewall waiting for your Moonlander to ship. I love it. I really like this keyboard. The only thing I wish it had, and actually this is the keyboard I'm looking at getting because of it, is I wish it was concave. Because I have to reach so far, it hurts my hands, my little wimpy hands. Oh, thank you, Full Stack. I appreciate the kind words. Put the keyboard together myself. No, I certainly did not, because I am so bad at soldering. It's unbelievable. I bought it from ZSA. Any advice for self-taught developers? Time in the saddle, super important. There's another streamer, the Primogen, who recommends that till he's blue in the face, and I think he's totally right. The more time you can spend actually writing code and building projects, the better, because then you get real world experience that you wouldn't get in a textbook. What are you thinking about the 360? Are you thinking of the Bluetooth? I don't know. Like I want the nice ability to like change the key bindings really easy, because the ZSA has it, the Moonlander has that, and I love it. But I also have a Linux machine over here that like is fine with Bluetooth. It's not my favorite thing. So I love the plug-in version, but it doesn't have that. So I'm on the fence. Firewall, how often do I stream? Mondays and Thursdays from 8 to 11 p.m. Eastern. So this is actually my stream. Well, it's actually after my stream time, but would have streamed today. But Rufio, we're going to stream together. It's going to be super fun.
And it has been.
And it has been. My brain is like exploding. I did not expect Othello to be so difficult.
It's definitely been interesting, though.
Yeah. Oh, super fun. Now I'm like, I want to go make it. I want to go build it and see if I can do it.
I mean, you already are here.
I mean, that's true. I also just don't know Node, so I feel like that's probably a problem.
Which is kind of wild how much of this you've already done if you don't even know Node.
At some point, it's just like, how do you do variables? Like, what types are there? How do you do functions? That's kind of it.
Wait, is this
And
even?
honestly, PHP and JavaScript are super close. Like I know JavaScript pretty well just from work,
Uh-huh.
but
Is this even Node at this point, or is this Java? Is this just JavaScript?
so this is Node because we're running it using the Node and the command line. So there's a bunch of different runtimes that JavaScript can use. So JavaScript is just the language, but you have a bunch of runtimes like TypeScript, Node, Cloudflare workers is one, like just a bunch of different flavors of JavaScript. So
Okay.
this is just one of the flavors, but it all looks almost the same. But there are things in Node that there aren't in JavaScript, and there are things in JavaScript that there aren't in Node. Like, have you used fetch before in JavaScript?
Yeah.
So fetch doesn't exist in Node, at least not yet. They're trying to bring it in very soon, if not already. But that doesn't actually exist in Node, I don't think.
I feel like
Or
I've
if it
used
does,
fetch in Node.
it might be brand spanking new. I know they were talking about bringing it in, but Dino is also one. Thank you, Kevin. Dino is also one that's very interesting. But regardless, there are things in Node that aren't in JavaScript and things in JavaScript that aren't in Node. So there is a Node fetch library. Oh, fetch is out. Okay, in Node 18. There we go. So thank God. It's about time.
Could you run this in the browser console?
So far, yes, because we haven't used anything specific. If we were to use what did I say was earlier? It was like write. Oh yeah, process.standardout.write. That is a specifically node.js JavaScript function, and so that would break compatibility in the browser.
Wait, what are we look? What is the thing you're? What?
It's did I send you this? The Stack Overflow article? Yeah, printing to a console without trailing any lines in our.
Oh
sorry,
yeah,
it's in
you
our
did. I
Google
didn't
chat.
look at it.
I put it in the wrong spot. Yeah, so basically that's like printing without a new line. So the issue we're having with console log where everything was going on a new line, this would have resolved it. But this breaks the process standard out right breaks compatibility with the browser because the browser V8 engine doesn't have that included.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Quite the time.
Quite the time. Okay. So we're saying we were doing pseudocode. So we're saying
Yes.
that if square is full,
Mm-hmm.
and we would just say if at this point, right?
This is pseudocode. Don't even think about how, like, if, else, anything like that. Just write it as if it were plain English, and we could translate it later.
Doesn't work.
Okay.
If it doesn't sandwich opposite color doesn't work. And I don't know about the
I love that sandwich is the word we've chosen.
What is
Makes me so happy.
What is the
I have no idea.
I think that's an actual verb actually though. I can't think of
I'll
what
pull it up in dictionary.com and you keep writing pseudocode.
flank.
Actually, I think is flank the word they used in the video? They used a word in the video. I don't remember what it was though.
Then you sandwich because they're lame. So if it doesn't sandwich opposite color doesn't work. Then I'm throwing myself off. I'm just gonna do that. Then move on to the next one.
So almost.
Okay.
What are we doing in this for loop? Like, what's the overall goal?
to determine the validity of the part of the square or whatever, the square. Right? No.
Yes, a little more abstractly. Like, what is the point of that block of code?
To see if we can make the move.
Okay, not yet.
Okay.
We haven't actually taken any input to get the move yet.
Okay.
So we don't even know where they're going to move. We have no idea.
So without knowing what they're going to do, what are we trying to do here?
So this valid board grid, or board, I suppose, at the beginning of every turn, and we haven't done this yet, but we will, we're going to zero this out. All of these are going to be completely blank. And so what we have to do is we have to go through game board. We have to loop through game board and see, hey, is this first space valid? Yes or no? If it's valid, we put a V in the corresponding space in valid board. If it's invalid, we put an I in the corresponding space in valid board. And we move on to the next one. So by the end of it, once we've gone all the way through the for loop, we should have a full valid board of I's and V's.
By the time we go through the which for
These
loop?
for loops here. The nested one.
And that's not what we're doing already?
Right. Actually, we're not even iterating through the right board at this point. So this is one of the things with parallel arrays. When you iterate through them, you actually only have to iterate through one, because since they're identical, was a game board, 0, is going to equal valid board 0, 0. Like it's going to be in the same slot. So the two pieces of data can correspond to each other. Because what we want to do is we don't really care at this point. We don't care what valid board looks like, because we're building valid board. We're going through and building it. So that way, when we go into, we have the user inputs coordinates, we can tell the user either, yes, the spot is valid, let's play the piece, or no, it's not valid, and prompt them to enter different coordinates.
That's what I read up here.
Right. So this
Drank.
actually happens down below.
Like that. Wait, or the sandwich thing happens down below as well?
Well, so we have to check the sandwich thing, because if we don't check the sandwich thing, we won't know if the spot is valid or not.
Right.
What we could also do is we could take in input from them first and only check that one square rather than making a whole map of them, which I think is what you're leaning towards. So I think we should go that direction.
Okay. I don't know if that's probably what I'm leaning towards. I'm still just trying to be like,
every time we've done something, you've actually gone in that direction, and I think that's a totally fine direction to go in.
so the direction you're saying that I want to go in is I want to check square by square.
Not even necessarily square by square, but when the user puts in a square, you check if it's valid right then. And then if it is valid, you make the move. And if it's not, you don't make the move. So that is like the next step of what we were going to do. So in my head, we were going to build valid board, and then you were going to realize like halfway through, like, wait, can't we just check the square as we do it? But you're already realizing that, which is perfect.
Huh.
So good job.
I don't know how you got that out of my confusion, but thank you.
Well, because what you were doing, like all of this logic you had here, is exactly what we have to do, except we just put the user inputs coordinates up here at the top. That's the first thing that happens in the loop.
So so basically what I'm trying to do is I'm saying, okay, is it valid or not? As opposed to, is it not valid or not, which is what I thought we should do instead initially.
So what, maybe not even intentionally, but what you were trying to do is say, okay, user, what spot do you want to put this thing in? And the user goes, I want to put it in row 2, column 3. Boom. And then when we know what square that person wants to go to, we just check that one square for whether it's valid or not.
Okay, that does make sense to me.
Yeah. Okay. So then let's back up.
Okay.
Let's take a minute and let's do the fun thing and let's rip all of this out of the while loop.
Okay.
I know it looks like hell, but trust me. Leave the is winner though, because otherwise we're gonna get into an infinite loop.
I thought we liked those.
I mean, I love them. I think they're super fun.
Is that what you do for fun? You just watch the while loop just...
I do just go and go and go. Sometimes it prints stuff out. It's mesmerizing. And here, I'll get rid of this for you. So, first thing we need to do is take input from the user.
Okay. Wait a second.
Which node.js take input from user on console.
Yes, that is... I don't think I've ever done that via console. Oh, wow.
I think that article should help.
Been VIP'd, token toker.
Whoa.
Wow, wow. I still don't know what VIPing is.
VIP.
Alright. Accept input from the command line. I don't think I've ever done this before.
This is what my ancestors wanted for me.
Okay, so read line module, get input from readable stream. Oh, this is doing the thing that you that wasn't okay in all the browsers. I thought
Right. So this is where we really diverge into a node program instead of a browser JavaScript file. And that's totally okay. Because they wanted it, well, they didn't say, but it's a terminal program, so it's going to run in Node. Like they shouldn't expect it to run in the browser.
Okay, so we're just saying doesn't matter. This is Node. Okay.
Yeah, this is Node.js. It's not browser.js.
Browsers are lame.
Yeah, screw the browser.
Okay, so read line, create interface.
Just kidding, Kirschbaum. Don't fire me. I love the web.
Do you think they would watch 4 hours into this stream?
I don't know. Some of them are wild. I bet some of them would. Some of them watch 3 hours of my stream, just fumbling around trying to import CSS files. So
There you go. Clearly, people will watch 4 hours of the stream. There are 54 people here, so.
yeah.
Okay, so do I just have to copy this?
So you certainly can. However, let's look through it first and make sure we know what it's doing.
I'm really bad at reading documentation, so that was my brain being like, yes, we could just do this and not read this.
Yeah. I mean, me too. So that's why I'm recommending it. Like the do as I say thing, right?
Okay. So we're saying the read line grabs this read line thing, creates an interface with an input with the process and the output. Process stopped.
Those are standard in and standard out. So
Oh.
standard in is somebody typing into the terminal, and standard out is like a console.log.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're just getting an input and an output stream.
Okay. Input output streams. Standard in, standard out. Then there's a question and it takes in the name and then it uses it. And that's the input, I think. Maybe.
You look at the question.
I'm just wait, what question?
Where it says readline.question.
Oh yeah, I am, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so the question method on readline what that does is it'll show the first parameter. So what's your name? And then it will wait for the user to type, and hit enter. And whatever the user types is actually stored in that second variable. In this case, they called it name, but you can call it whatever you want.
Okay. And then it console logs that input, and then it is like, okay, I'm done now.
Yep. So closing the stream just basically makes it so the user can't type more stuff in there.
Okay.
Yep. So now you could probably copy and paste this in and we could see it work.
Okay. Into the is winner loop?
Oh, sorry, your audio just cut out there for a second. What did you say?
I said in the is winner loop.
So if you go back to the docs really quick,
Yes.
the const readline equals require. Anything with require, that's you reaching into the inners of Node and like grabbing a specific module. That just put that at the very top of your file because then you can use it anywhere else. If you put it in the while loop, every time you go through the while loop, it's going to go grab that module again and again and again.
All right. That makes sense. So would we want the same sort of thing, this input and output?
Yeah. So what this is saying is this is basically just giving you this is telling readline, hey, the input method that I want the user to use is the standard input, which is the console, and the output method I want to show stuff to the user is the standard out, which is also the terminal.
Okay.
So those are just the parameters of this create interface method.
Okay.
And you use that in order to interact with readline.
There's some ethics happening in chat right now.
Oh no. I mean, it is about that time of night, at least for me. It's about that time where you drink some water and talk ethics.
Get really philosophical when you're tired.
You know it.
You know what I got in my ethics class in philosophy? What is good? And the answer to that is good is good. It is simple. That is like the simplest way you can break it down. You can't, like, it's just like X is X. Like you can't break down what X is any more than that. Yeah, I still don't know what the good is, so that's cool. Anyway, so input, please. I don't know. Keys, please. Then we would say input maybe.
Yeah.
And then
Totally fine.
we could say
oh, you made a good catch. Required as caching is basically what they're saying. So it wouldn't do the full work of like reaching in and loading libraries if you load it over and over and over again, but it's still good practice to put require at the top of the file.
oh, wait, what does caching have to do with this?
So when you wanted to put the require statement for the readline inside the while loop, I said it'll have to reach back into the innards of Node and like grab those modules over and over and over again. Apparently, require in Node caches, so it wouldn't have to reach all the way back in. It would just have to reach into the cache and grab it. Still doing extra work that doesn't need to be done, but not nearly as slow.
Okay. All right. So we get the input, and then we say is the input a valid move? I say, nah, bro. Tell this is the way it goes. Tell the people, nah, pick something else. Pretty sure I'm doing exactly this in the interview and they'll be very impressed. Pick something else. Wait a second. Were we doing it so that it was a valid move first or it wasn't?
In my experience, I think the best way to do logic like this is to list like I can't remember who you said it, but list out all the error cases first, and then if it falls all the way through, we know it's valid.
Okay. But we're doing more high level, not specifics, right?
Right. Yeah. Just high level for right now. One thing I will say, it may be worth our while just to test this with a console log to make sure it works before we go and put a whole bunch of stuff in there. You may want to console log the actual input though.
Oh, okay.
Right, because we'll have that. So give that a whirl. Aha! Look at that.
Well, I think I need to do a space or something though.
Yeah. That we could do like that. You could do like new lines. You could do a \n, and that'll give you a new line. There's all sorts of stuff you can do, but we don't really have to worry about that right now.
Okay.
But yeah, so there you go. Now we're taking input, which is fantastic.
That's really exciting. I've never done that in the console.
And now you know. And now you can write all sorts of console apps, all sorts of fun little things.
Do they realize what they've done? React Native versus Kotlin, which is good for Android development? I don't know either of those, so I couldn't tell you.
Depends on what you want to do or what you already know, really. If you don't know either and you want to do just Android development forever and ever, Kotlin's really good because you're going to get the lowest level performance out of the device that you can. React Native is technically just a virtual machine browser that runs on top of the Android runtime. So it's a little bit slower, but you can still do some stuff with it, especially if you already know React or you want to write for iOS and Android and the web. Flutter is also a really good option. I'm a big fan of Flutter.
So is Kotlin or Kotlin?
I don't actually know. I've never actually heard anybody say it. I think it's Kotlin, but I could be very wrong. So I don't know. Yeah.
Caramel. Pecan.
Caramel.
Caramel. Pecan.
Oh.
Do you say pecan?
Yeah, I do.
No, I say pecan.
Pecan pie. That's really, I can only ever eat them in pie. I said pecan pie sounds so much better than pecan pie.
No, it doesn't.
Oh my
You're
gosh, that's
wrong.
so much better. No, I'm so right. I'm putting my foot down here.
Okay, how do you say Lilac?
Lilac?
Yeah, that's how most of the United States says it. I say lilac. Lilac
do you
sounds.
Really?
I do. I think it's British actually. I'm not sure where I got it. But like I don't know, it's such a pretty flower that if you say lilac, that's so nasally and yuck for such a nice flower.
Wow, the French are really, really offended by your lack of love for nasally languages.
Dan agrees with me, therefore I'm right.
Dan, you were supposed to be my brother in Southern. Come on now. You can.
Piano? Ruth, that's wrong. Thank you. All right. Accents are interesting. We could get really, really off track with that.
Oh yeah, accent stream next Thursday.
How do you say grocery or grocery? It's grocery, by the way.
What? Those are the same
grocery,
word.
Grocery.
Grocery.
Instead of grocery. Some people say grocery.
Grocery. Now I'm really self-conscious without saying all my words.
I shouldn't have said it. I should have spelled it out for you.
Is stream gonna hate me if I say my words wrong?
Piano, not piano. Wait, I say piano. Wait, no, I'm so confused.
Yeah. Piano. It's a piano.
Piano, yeah.
Piano. No.
I've never heard that thing she said instead of lilac. Yes, grocery spelled like I like that's how that's spelled. Grocery. Piano. Okay. All right.
Okay. So we are taking input in from the user, which is great.
Right.
Oh no, Dan, don't tell people that, because all of a sudden I'm not going to say anything. I do. I have a thing on my stream where people. I was working on a React project on Monday, and somebody literally banned me from saying React.
Sorry.
I'm like, okay, well, this language. People are like, what language are you using? I'm like, it's this cool library that is like what happens when you mix two chemicals together. They do something. Oh, it was so bad. It was so bad.
That's hilarious. Yeah, y'all. Seems like a good time to shout out your channel again so that they can torture you.
Oh yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
Check out Alex's channel and follow them. Nevada. Colorado
Nevada,
versus
yeah.
Colorado.
Oh, Colorado.
I say Colorado.
Ah.
I'm right next to Colorado too, so maybe I'm right. I don't know.
Listen,
I-
I've got 2 friends in Colorado, so I think I know how Colorado is.
You're probably right, actually. But Colorado, I don't know. Oregon?
I don't know.
Wait, Oregon? How is Oregon said in what?
Oregon?
Oregon?
Or yeah, I think we're in agreement. Oregon,
Oregon?
not Oregon. Some
Is
people
that
say,
how
like,
people say
Oregon.
it? Really? Lawyer?
Yeah, it's very strange.
Lawyer?
Lawyer. Yeah, lawyer. Definitely
Okay,
lawyer.
but this family relation, that is definitely a southern thing, I think. How do you say that?
Aunt.
Oh, I say aunt. Some people say aunt.
They do. My whole family's from Michigan. I'm first generation Southern, so I still have some of the Midwestern in me.
Aunt.
Like roof instead of roof.
Roof.
Milk instead of milk. That's a big
Milk.
one. Like MELK instead of MILK.
Coyote.
Coyote.
You know,
say coyote?
no, you know if you're from rural America or not by how you say that word. If you're from rural America, you say coyote. If you're not, you say coyote.
Oh dear.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think people actually said that.
No, my mom
I
is
thought it was-
from nowhere, Idaho, and she says coyote. So.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that.
All
Why are
right.
so many of these words? Token, why do you have so many of these? Did you just like look up a list?
Flourish? Flourish? How did I say it? How did you say it?
I said flourish. I think we both
Flourish?
said flourish.
Flourish?
Is there another way to say flourish?
Flourish? I don't know. Flourish? Coupon? How do you say it?
Coupon? Yeah.
I don't know how you would say that differently.
Coupon. It's a
Coupon?
coupon.
Poem?
Poem.
Poem?
Poem.
Pawn?
So we'll say poem, I
Pom?
guess.
Poem? Really? Oh, wait. Poem.
Yeah.
Poem.
I had an English teacher who was like, today's poem. I'm like, poem. It's a poem, not a poem.
Apparently, coupon is capon or coupon.
Coupon?
Capon?
I mean, I say coupon. I don't say capon.
I've never heard anyone say taco or taco. What?
Foreigners must be so screwed traveling in the U.S. Yeah, for a lot of reasons. Language being one of them. The other one being the different laws in every single state.
Coupon. I don't feel like it's coupon. Oh, I have heard people say that actually.
Oh, yeah.
Coupon, yeah.
Yeah.
Adult. I say adult.
Adult. I don't say adult. That's just little. It's like lilac, though. I mean, it's the same sort of cadence. I don't know why I don't like adult, but I like lilac.
You know, another thing old people say, they say like instead of Sunday, they'll say Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't know. Where does that come from?
I couldn't tell you. Also, old people around here. Oh gosh, that was a little sudden. Old people around here, they say they still use supper instead of dinner. Like come to supper. It's very strange. I always have to like really because they're like, okay, it's dinner time, and I'm like, Graham, it's like 1 p.m. I'm like, oh right, they mean dinner is lunch because the South is ridiculous all the time.
Dinner means lunch?
That's it was breakfast, dinner, and supper for a while. Yep. Very, real pain in the butt.
Porcupine?
It doesn't. Porcupine?
What? How?
Porcupine.
Porcupine or porcupine? I say porcupine.
I think I say porcupine.
Porcupine?
Porcupine. I'm pretty
Really?
sure I do. Like now, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I don't have the opportunity to say the word porcupine very much, so I don't actually know.
Porcupine?
They don't just wander. I know I live in South Carolina, but they're not just like wandering
Wait,
around.
how do you say it again?
I really want to say I think I say porcupine, like porcupine, but now that I'm hearing porcupine, I'm like, do I say porcupine? There's no way I say that. I'm a grown man. I shouldn't be saying porcupine.
I like it. I've never heard that before. I'm gonna call
Ugh.
porcupines now. I actually have seen them here though. Sometimes they get hit by cars.
Ooh, that's
Yeah.
sad. I don't even know if we have them here, to be honest.
Mm. We have lots of deer here
We,
though.
we have lots of deer. Lots
De-
of deer.
Deer are so awful
Squirrels.
to drive around.
Oh my gosh, right? They just like run out. I used to work out in kind of same thing you're talking about, like rural, middle of nowhere, Winsboro, South Carolina, and like I would arrive to this big conference center in like late evening, 7, 8 o'clock, be pitch black, and deer were just like running across this 55-mile-an-hour rural road. I'm like, I'm gonna die driving to this place one time because this deer's gonna bolt across. And I'm in my little tiny Nissan. Like I'm gonna crumple if I get hit.
Yeah. My brother was driving in southern Utah recently, hit a cow. Mm-hmm. And if the car wasn't like as high or as low, I think as high as it was, they would have all died. But it was high enough that
Oh
it just
my
totaled the
god.
car. Anyway,
A
that's not deer, but
cow?
a cow, yeah, because for some reason cows
Oh,
are just given free range like everywhere. So how the fuck do you hit a
yikes.
cow? Because it was really dark and hills and stuff or something. I don't know.
Ah, that makes sense. Midwest shit.
It wasn't in the Midwest though. It was in the middle of nowhere, Utah. Also,
Can I post?
sorry.
No, go ahead.
I had a squirrel came up to me the other day. I was walking to my car and the squirrel like was there in the driveway and I was like, "Oh, what up?" And then it, like came up to me and I was like, "Oh my God, like why are you so-" it was like 5 feet away from me and just kept walking at me and I was like, "What are you doing? Who fed you?"
What?
Anyway, and then it ran under my car and I was like, "Oh no, I'm gonna run it
Oh
over."
no.
And so I like looked at it
Oh
and it
no.
was like, "Oh, you're interested in me?" So it came at me again. And I was like, I don't know what to do about this. So I got in my car and I turned on the car and I was like, maybe that will scare it. And it did. And so I went onto the fence. It
Nice.
was,
So squirrels drive me nuts. Like actually insane.
in German, they call them tree rats. And I really like that.
It's pretty accurate. It's pretty accurate.
Tree rats.
We had a ton of them on campus when I was in college, and I vividly remember walking like through campus and like hearing this guy just like let out this scream like he's just been beaten up, and I turned around and dude is like laying on the ground holding his head, and there's a glass jar next to him. Like, what the heck is this? And we like walk over to help this guy stand up, and it's a jar of peanut butter. And we look up in the tree, and there's like a squirrel with peanut butter all over its mouth. That squirrel literally almost killed a guy. And this was like week 2 at college. I'm like, I don't belong here. Is it deadly to walk to class? It was unbelievable.
I used to work at an apartment complex. They throw trash on the ground all the time. It sucks. But the squirrels, they're so fat. They're like, ah, yeah, like this is the place to be. And you can just like, they're so fat. I've never seen such fat squirrels in my entire life.
That's amazing. I mean, I bet with people throwing crap all over the ground, and probably like feeding this, like, oh, the squirrels are so cute. We should feed them. No,
No.
don't do that. Then they keep coming back.
And then they get mad at you if you walk into their territory, which is like your yard actually.
Right.
They can come at you maybe, but I don't know.
Hate that.
I don't feel bad for taking advantage of a shared love and etymology to force an unofficial. Well, speaking of, should we do some coding?
We probably should do some coding.
Okay. To be fair, that was our first break in like 4 hours. Well, I guess there was the
That's
one where you
true.
talked a little bit and I was getting
Oh
water,
yeah,
but
that's true. Honestly, been going strong. Proud of us.
yes.
Good team.
We've done a lot. Me too.
Yeah. Yeah.
You knew where that was
Uh,
going. Sorry, not sorry. We do need to watch a parrot video. That's
Oh.
true. Good night,
Yeah,
Dan.
Dan, you're up late. What the heck?
So are you. You're in the same
I mean,
time zone.
Yeah, but I'm like actively on a stream.
When? That's true. Yeah, that's true. Wow.
Dan's just over there lurking and watching.
The problem is you can't hear YouTube videos unless I guess.
I will. Can I mute you
I think
somehow? Is that a?
I think so. Maybe.
I just muted myself while I was talking. I'll mute myself and then I'll try to mute you and then I'll just listen to the video through the stream.
Okay. Do we have a
Problem solved.
There you go. Do we have a specific parrot we want to watch? I kind of want to do the Scottish parrot, but I don't know. I don't feel like everyone enjoys that as much as I do. No one say anything though, so I might do it. Okay, my call.
Do
Scottish
it.
parrot. Have I forced you to watch this one yet, Alex?
No, I have literally never seen a parrot video on your channel. And I've like
What?
been on multiple streams of yours and just never caught one.
That's wild.
I
What?
know. I literally don't know how it's possible, to be honest. Though I might steal this idea for corgis.
Do it.
Full disclosure.
All right, let's see it.
Yeah. You got a fat bum? Aye. Aye. Did you eat a steak pie? Aye. Onion, do you want to live in another home?
That's it.
That's it, what?
That's good then.
You just come in.
I'm going on. Okay, you go up. Okay. Yeah.
Eh?
Something up.
Oh, you're joking.
Aye.
Oh, right.
God.
Oh, God. Hello?
Hello.
Hello! I'm alright. What are you doing? You gonna shoot them? Onion, a bairn's greeting. Can you hear them? The windows are shut. Detail, look at it, sharp. Look, she's taking a dog out, Onion.
Cheeky bastard. Bastard.
Hey, leave her alone! What are you saying about Cody? Stop! Go and leave them! Leave them! Fuck off! Are you joking, Onion?
Howdy, baby.
Hiya.
Oh,
Nice, Chief.
Yeah, baby.
Mommy see you in the morning. So good to see you tonight.
You are good to me tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
See you later.
See you later.
Hello.
Am I getting a kiss? Ta.
George.
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 Hello. Yeah. Okay, back here. Hello. Pick it up.
What are you doing? Hi. Let go. Stop it. Let go. Stop. Let go. It's not George. Onion. Let go. Mm-hmm. Don't. Stop it! Don't you dare. Right.
See you later.
See you later.
See you.
Bye.
See you later.
There you go. Now you've been inducted.
I love it.
Cheeky
I
bastard.
don't know. Yeah, cheeky bastard got me a bunch. What was the phone notification? For whatever reason, that just like came so far out of left field. I was dying.
I like how like he'll just talk and then it will be like a phone notification just like right after it because it's about the
Yep.
same.
I just why are parrots so good?
Ugh.
Why are parrots so good?
I don't know. They're hilarious. Like, or like it like talked to the cat and the cat obeyed it.
Yeah. Right? I can't even get cats to obey me.
See you, Dom. That was one of my favorite lines. The token toker. I think it picked it up. Like they said it once and it picked it up. It's wild. They're so smart.
Oh.
Anyway,
Yeah.
the cat, the bird was like, "Get down," or something like that to the cat, and the cat like got down. And they said on this
Yeah.
video, they're like, the cat always obeys him when he says stuff. How many times have you seen this video though, Born? Like, you will see it many more times. That's my newest favorite, and I like its accent. Like, it's so funny.
So good.
It's too late, Born. It's time to code. It's time to code. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Okay. All right. So, we were saying, is input valid move? Nah, bro. Tell the people nah. Quick, pick something else. And so we were seeing if this worked.
Yep. And it did.
It did.
It did indeed work. So what we're doing here, so we've gotten the input from the user. And so now we have to take that and store it somewhere where we can use it. So right now, all of your comments are inside of this callback function, which we certainly could put the rest of our logic inside of here. However,
Drank.
it's just one level of nesting, and like, I don't know, it doesn't feel too great to me. So what we need to do is we need to basically get this input out of this function so we could do stuff with it.
Out of the... Oh, okay. But like, so put it like up here then probably, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like let input equal... Wait a second. Whoa, we just got raided by Tiny Chicken Code Squad. Wow.
Tiny Chicken Code Squad.
Love the name.
Yeah,
How was
heck
y'all's
yeah.
stream? Thanks for the raid. I'm streaming with Alexander6, who also streams coding. Obviously, we're coding here. And we are making Othello. It's a terminal game. So...
It's a terminal lifestyle at this point.
Oh, it's Octo from 100 devs. Wow. Thanks for the raid. How was your stream? It's midnight there. Hey, that's not my fault. I don't control the time. Wait, does that mean it's like 1 a.m. for you?
Uh-huh.
Good God. You need to go to bed.
It's right. I have a 2-year-old. She wakes up at 6. Plenty of time.
Bruh. Gotta take care of yourself.
Yeah, no, I'll probably peace out here at like probably right at 1. So we
Well,
can like we can get this input.
Okay.
We can
Focus.
get some stuff. Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's go.
Windows Media Player, step 1.
Yeah, so my keyboard does that if I accidentally click the wrong button, which is the music button, which is music Windows Media Player. So
Ah, good. The music app that everyone uses.
right? I'm meaning to hotkey it, but also I don't care that much, so there's that.
Fair enough. Can't argue with that. All right, so yeah, so we were getting this input and we were gonna yank it outside of this function because we only have access to the input inside of the function. Here, this little anonymous arrow function.
Wait a second. Do that again. I wasn't following you.
Here,
Okay.
this inside this reline.question, this callback function here, that's where we have access to this input variable.
Right.
But we want to save it here,
Right.
so we can use it. How would we do that?
Well, that's a great question. And we can't get it from the very top where it has input and output in readline?
So this is slightly confusing. The input from up here in this
Mhm.
read line declaration is not related to this input down here
Well, damn.
on line 39.
Looks like I picked the wrong
We just
one.
happen to make them the same name. You could change that to literally anything else, like whatever variable you wanted to call that.
Okay. Well, I need to change that because I thought those were the same.
Yeah.
How about user input? I don't know if that's different enough.
Yep. And then this one too as well. You can change this to whatever else you want. Cool. Okay. So now we need to get this variable, which again is
And take it
available
out.
here, assigned to this.
Well, that seems problematic.
My first recommendation would be to call this particular user input something different.
Oh, those
On
are
line
not the
39.
same.
Mm-mm.
I've been
We're going to
pranked.
make them the same, but they're not at this particular point in time.
All right. Well, what should I name it? We used input and user input. So,
Well, I guess you can think more broadly. Like, you could call this one user input, the one you just deleted, and we could rename this one. I think there's some good names we could do for this variable on line 38, because that's the one we're going to be using throughout the rest of the program. So if we take a step back, what is the user inputting here? Like what is
a move.
a move? Okay,
You do that.
cool. So before the user even enters anything, what do we want to set move equal to? What should it be to start?
False. Right?
Why false?
Well, because they haven't made the move yet. Or are we assuming they have made the move?
So they haven't made the move. False is fine. Honestly, anything is fine here because we're going to override it. What I would recommend is instead of using false, either do an empty string so we know it will eventually be a string, or you can just put null because nothing exists there yet.
Okay.
And those are my two recommendations. Because when I see false, I assume that variable is only going to be set to Boolean values, true and false. But we actually are going to have a string set to this. It's going to be a series of two numbers eventually.
Okay. Well, you said no.
Does that make sense?
And Chicken Squad said no, so we'll do no. That
Yeah.
makes sense. I've never used
Null
no
is
before.
null is super good. Oh, null is super good. It basically says, hey, there's nothing here. This is assigned to nothing.
All right. So it's no. You're saying no, and I'm saying no. But we're done with that conversation. But just wanted to know.
We are token. Don't bring it back. None of this.
Okay. So we're saying that it is no.
Yeah.
Then, but that's not the same as user input at this point.
Correct. We need it to be, but right here it's not. We need to instantiate it somewhere, and right there is as good a place as any.
Okay. Okay. Thank y'all for the follows. Make sure you follow Alex too. I don't know how to make this
Boop,
the
boop.
same because they're not. User input. Because you can't just. Because we didn't let move equal user input.
Right. However, we could set, at least I think in Node, we could set user input equal to move inside this function,
Oh. Isn't
right?
this
Because
hoisting? No, it's not hoisting. Isn't this closures or something like that? No, it's not, right? I feel like it
so it's
is.
this is a callback function,
Callback.
potentially a closure. Admittedly, I'm not sure the distinction in JavaScript, but if I am understanding correctly how this all works, because we declared move out here, if we set move equal to user input in here, we can continue to use move down here.
Right. And we can use move within this inner function because closures, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
This is something I learned recently, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Second. So we can say move. We can't say let again or else it will freak out, right? Or will it freak out?
It won't necessarily freak out, but you'll have a different move variable here than this one. They won't be the same.
So if I just
They'll be
do
two separate.
move the way it is, then that's the right way to do it?
Yep. And we can test it if you console log down here on line 47, just after the callback function. You can just console move and see what comes out. If it comes out as null, this doesn't work. If it comes out as whatever you punch in, then it works.
All right. Input please null. Oh, I don't think it worked. Please.
Oh, son of a gun. That's asynchronous. Oh, boy. Okay. Woo-wee. I kind of thought it'd be blocking. Okay. Have you worked with asynchronous JavaScript?
Yes. A
Okay.
lot.
So apparently, very, very interesting choice. Apparently, readline question is an async function.
Okay.
So that means that the execution of the program is just going to keep going, and then eventually this will return. Eventually, so we may, just to keep things simple for right now, eventually we can pull this out into promises or async await, things like that. But as annoying as it's going to be, we can just continue writing our code inside of this this callback function here,
As opposed to not.
as opposed to pulling this out into a function and making things, doing async await, and like doing all of the asynchronous program.
Okay. Which is what we
You look
were.
confused.
So, what were we going to do before, and how does this change this?
So ideally, just to make things a little cleaner and a little easier to deal with, we weren't going to write the rest of our logic inside of this thing. We were just going to basically pull the user input out to this top level, and then we were just going to continue writing the code at this top level. However, because this is an asynchronous function, apparently, we have to somehow manage that. And one way we could do it is just by writing the remainder of our logic inside of this callback function.
The remainder of our logic being like the whole game loop?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, that's not ideal for the long term. For the long term, you're going to want to use async await. But just to get things rolling, I think it's probably a good idea, because then you can just test everything out in there. You don't have to worry about asynchronous bugs, stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we probably don't need we don't need to
Right.
define that out here then. And is winner would still be out here though, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And then we would.
And
just
we're
say
going to
that.
have to, this is one of those things where we're going to have to, we will eventually have to do some async await stuff, because otherwise the while loop is going to go ahead and run and like end pretty quickly. But potentially before this has actually done anything. So, but that's a bridge we can cross later on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm going to see if I can, I'm going to see if there's a way to do it blocking. that doesn't require async. Oh, well, there's an npm package for it called readline sync if you'd rather go that route. But here, I'll
Do you think
drop it in chat.
do you think that's something I should do? Like given the interview stuff?
I think stick with what you have. I think do the asynchronous route and just use async await eventually. But in case you were curious, there is a package that lets you do this synchronously, which would make more sense to me to be the default.
Okay. Oh no, I don't think I spelled that right, but that's okay. Anyway, there we go. Can we cross the next episode? It's like a good drama. I can't turn away. I'm glad we're so entertaining.
Yeah.
I mean, that's your call, Alex. It's 1 for you. It's only 11 for me, so.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to bail. I do have to wake a 2-year-old up in 5 hours. and
That's
If I'm grumpier than she is, we've got some problems.
all right. Well, thank you so much for all of your help. Like, seriously,
Yeah.
this was such a good time. We should do it again.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, would love to. Yeah. So happy to come on and hang out and write some code.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hit me up. We'll do this again sometime soon. Chat, thanks for being great. Great to meet all y'all.
Yeah.
See, all y'all. Best word of the English
It is.
language.
I
I'm
agree with that. Yeah.
good.
Okay. All right. Well, I will talk to you later. Let me know if you want to
Yeah.
work on more Othello before Tuesday, but if you don't, that's totally understandable because it's Tuesday.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Just send me a DM and let me know where you get to and we can chat.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Have a good
Night all.
night. See ya. All right, y'all. Wow. Gonna slide into Alex's DMs. That was so great. Wow. I liked that. All right. Who can we raid? This is probably like the literal latest I've gone in the evening, night.
Wow.
Exactly. Okay. Twitch. I don't know where that song came from, I'll be honest with you. You're tired? Is it bedtime, guys? I went to 1:30 once. Really? See ya, Alex. Again, y'all, make sure that you check out Alex's stream and follow them because they're awesome. Thanks, Eagle. I appreciate it. You were pissed. Okay. Who should we raid, though probably none of us will be on for much longer. I want to do a raid because I have a little counter going, but we don't have to stay for that long. We can spread the love to who? Ooh. We could go to ear end. Maybe we don't need to go into anyone new. Maybe we go to ear end. What do we think? HackerX. Wait, oh, that's the one we raided last time. That was so cute. Were y'all there for that raid? It was adorable. You know what? Let's raid ear end. I'm thinking yes. We've raided them before and they've hung out here and they are making a We Jam game and we were doing a game and so that was good. All right. Thanks for hanging out. This was a good time. I hope I don't fail at this interview, but with how long this took us, I don't think I'm getting very far into that game during the actual interview. But I'm feeling good because like we went through a lot and I think it will be good. So Thanks for hanging out. I might be streaming on Tuesday, but by Tuesday I mean on Sunday, but I definitely will be on Monday. 500. Thank you. All right, y'all. Sleep well. Give Erin some love, but also make sure you take care of yourself and go to sleep eventually at some point. Okay? Okay? All right. Goodbye.